Well then, good morning everybody. I hope your morning is going better than mine. Oh, that's great. My camera just doesn't work anymore. I'll get the other camera figured out in a moment here. Alright, let's see if it wants to function this time. It's a $1,000 phone that's good for nothing except for a webcam right now. Can it do that? Let's find out. Ah, look at that. It decided to work. Good job, Pixel 7. Now we're ready. October 9th, and we've got good weather. Hospital is a work in progress. I haven't quite assessed exactly how far along we are. That's right, I'm right here. Going out. See what kind of hatred that brings upon us. Grand total of 1. That's what I'm... Yeah, there's more right there. Alright. I don't know if I'm awake enough for this yet. But we found more zombies. As I expected. There's plenty more inside that we just needed to learn outside. Mission success. They have been lured very outside right now. Honestly, if we let them split themselves up enough, we can take them piecemeal. That's probably a much better way to warm up than to just get started pulling them all at once. Alright, I'm awake. Awake enough for this, at least. BTSS, good morning. We're progressing through the hospital area for the most part. As to what rate and how far we'll get, TBA. TBA. We did some discharge of the MSR-7T, and that brought a whole group of them outside, and we're going to just try to take them nice and slow, because I'm not 100% awake yet.
Hey!
Let's let them split up nice and far. That's more like it. Cut over to the other side of the road here, deal with these guys who have blobbed up closer to the street.
Hey!
don't want them filtering too far across the street, because then they'll turn right back around as soon as I start making noise, flank me.
Hey!
At this point, I've switched to the Magnum because I want to keep them flowing out of the hospital in this general direction. I'm willing to bet there's still a few hanging around that entrance where we first did our firearms discharge at the beginning of this pool here. Let's move up and survey it. A couple. Don't want to leave the truck parked there, though. That is just asking to lure them around the corner. Clear your corners, rookie. Let's see what that brings down on us. Still plenty on the first floor, scattered all over the building. Now, when I say the first floor, when we got close enough to the building, the second floor spawned in too. So a lot of what we're dealing with could be people who have finally come down, made their way down from the second floor. There's really no way of knowing. That's what I like to see. Nice big, tight group. Keep them going this way. We don't want them going towards my base. Look at them all grouped up there. They're outside instead of inside. As far as I'm concerned, that's mission accomplished. We don't have a lot of daylight left to work with. One of the things that I'll need to do is get some more M16 magazines out. We've only got one full one left in the trunk right now. We've got an entire duffel bag full of them right there on the floor. I actually have so many that I've pre-filled that I cannot fit them all in the trunk at once. Let's take the rest of the armor off. Alright, and I have to step away briefly IRL. And then when I get back, we'll get some, well, let's get this gate shut. When I get back, we'll get some housekeeping done with our weaponry. We're going to need some more 7.62, so I might need to make a trip back to Jericho so we can do some more long-range shooting with the rifle. And yes, that is the sound of an alarm clock in any one of these houses within 70 tiles of us. That's the game we're playing right now. Make of that what you will. While I step away here, we'll have her watch Life and Living TV. How about that? Alright, so I'll be right back in just a moment, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Actually, go ahead and post in chat what today's goal is. Righty. You know, this deep into the apocalypse, you gotta enjoy some good bars and tone. It's the best entertainment you'll get. I'm not normally the kind of person who's okay with zombies being anywhere within the map cell when I'm hanging out. But they've been sufficiently lured in that direction for now. The noise radius for the generator on my roof does not extend beyond this street, believe it or not. I sorely overestimated how far away a generator's sound radius actually reaches. So this police duffel bag here, full of 16 fully loaded M16 mags. I think we might have room for most of that. It'll be a bit of a tight fit, but yeah. I can't wait for the, you can fit more stuff into your vehicle trunk, but there's the bed of your D6. But then you run the risk of things flying out the back. That update's coming any day now, I'm sure. I'm gonna go ahead and scout out the area around back of the hospital while we still got a little bit of daylight. See what it looks like up there. I probably did that somewhat recently, but I forgot exactly what it looks like. And I don't really trust the wanderers up there, so I'm gonna go ahead and... Oops, woman! I was half a tile away from hitting E in the correct spot. This is where we went nuts with the shotgun and dealt with most of the lobby horde. Mission success on that. Smells really bad over there. So there is a fence behind the hospital. Partially, I guess. We got windows over here. Yeah, just a row of windows. And a back door. And a bunch of trees in front of the windows, so I can't even see what's going on in there. A barbershop right there. Several vagrants back here. Fitio, how's it going? Wednesday, Jen's Day. step van will make a fine addition to my collection. Preserved vehicle. With an engine quality of 45, so do I really care? Debatable. Highly debatable. Ooh. Threaten me with another trailer. As I predicted, a fair number of anybody who's anybody would have been lured out of here already. Quick, yes. As if anything in high pop can be done quickly. There is no... One does not simply walk into March Ridge. Careful of that first block, it's a doozy. Is that a race car? Yes, this is a race car. It's also the best towing vehicle in the game right now, because that's the game we're playing. Our towing force is entirely dependent on engine power and nothing else. And so, of course, the only vehicle in the game with 700 horsepower engine is the best option. These two out of the way, and then that trailer is mine. It'll be a fine addition to the fleet. Okay, here we go. No, 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 don't do that. Damn it. I actually did not want to break it with my own vehicle. Oh well, I was trying to swing the white car at it. That was just a good old-fashioned trunk hit right there. -6 storage space in my trunk right there. Alright, these things are out of the way, but they're also in a place where I can come back and rip them apart for metal if I need to. Yeah, B42, okay, so B41, towing is easier. B42, they really nerfed towing for a lot of vehicles. Thankfully, if you find yourself a race car, or even just a Corvette, really, the Corvettes are pretty good, too. Careful with that. Forgot that trailers and race cars are not a good matchup. Bad things can happen. Busted his knee up. Come on, there we go. Yeah. Realism can be fun in moderate doses, but too much of it and everything becomes tedious. One of the problems with B42 is that it's being balanced for players to split their everything they're trying to do. You're supposed to have a blacksmith, a cook, a farmer, a rancher for your animals. But yes, the weapon crafting system is easily the best part. Finish off this salad and get started on something else before we hit the sack. We have plenty of ingredients for more salads. If I hit a nickel every time this game lost track of which rabbit meat is cooked and which isn't. Let's go ahead and stick the uncooked bit in there and then we'll stop having that problem. Alright, it's 2300. We'll finish up cooking overnight. It's supposed to be more of a multiplayer version. Yes and no. A lot of the things that they're messing with to make it so that you have to split things up is them kind of balancing for NPCs that are going to be added someday. It's not the best idea for getting people to be interested in the game, because if you have... I described it once as a colony simulator without any colonists. That's kind of what we're playing right now. Unless you play multiplayer, in which case you can have colonists if you have a bunch of people in your group that are willing to do the slightly more boring tasks, like raising animals or babysitting the farm. I'm a do-it-yourselfer. Whenever somebody tells me that I shouldn't be able to do everything at once, I take it as a challenge. So I find this amusing, but a lot of people probably wouldn't. Two helpings of rabbit. 2 helpings of egg. And then 2 helpings of spinach. It's all stuff that I grew myself. The eggs from the chickens that I raised myself. That's another part of B42. If you can get past all the tedium, some parts of it are very fun, like raising chickens. Having your own chickens to eat and or consume the eggs of. And that is all the spinach I brought, so we do have one spot left over. Let's do... Why have I not cooked these sweet potatoes yet? And this venison, I should cook all that. These herbs from my garden too. Oregano and cilantro. Lots more where that came from, but only some of them can go in salads for some reason. Can't put my rosemary in a salad. Something I would do in real life. Nice. That'll be food for tomorrow for the most part. And we've still got about 2 hours to screw around before we can hit the sack. I'm gonna head up and loot that barbershop, see if there are any hair colors that I really need. I'm looking for reds, bright reds and yellows if I can find them. Hello. See, look at that. The random migrations actually brought them that close to my base. They're well within generator audio radius. They should have actually started coming towards my gate, but I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to kill them. Out of my road. You can make me break in. Alright, let's see about hair dye. For a Louisville loot source, this is not very lootful. That's some blue hair dye. I don't know why I have a separate garbage bag. I'm not going to need it. There's not enough loot in here for that. Yeah, not even close. Very small POI. But I can take a nicer seat than what I have already. And we can move the hair dryers too now. But perhaps most importantly, I can steal the little swirly design out front. Put the mirror. Yes, I like it. Alright, a little late getting to bed, but got ourselves some loot stuffs. Possibly even more importantly is some more garbage bags. I'm always down for that. Better to sort my loot with. Alrighty. Second bedtime is a go. Those strong medicines in the hospital. Well, I'm gonna have to. I mean, we're looting a hospital now. Well, we're gonna start looting it once we've cleared all the zombies out of it, which that is a task in and of itself. I'm gonna close this back up. We got good weather today, so it looks like we're gonna go get some more 762. Don't go get a sepsis. feel like you're going to need more than medication to prevent sepsis, but that's just the first aid skill being incomplete right there, isn't it? Yeah, no, that's 100% yep. That is 100% yep right there. Out of 556, plenty of 12 gauge here. What do we got room for? That's a real question. There's my 762. Let's just straight up open one of those and take another. Of the one we opened, let's open 6 of the boxes straight up. So 145 rifle ready to go. 6 more on the deck to be opened, and we've got a little bit of room left. Not enough for anything substantive. Yeah, there's nothing else is coming with us at the moment. Maybe a couple more boxes of 12 gauge. Maybe I'll take a carton of 12 gauge and we'll leave it in the race car trunk. I can foresee situations where we'll need some more shotgun, but not quite as short term as others. And yes, every single step van in this lineup is an ammo van. And we still have one left to bring with us, so we don't have all of our ammo vans here yet. That's okay. Saving that for a rainy day to bring the last one up. It's going to take us a little while to actually expend all that ammo. The music wasted absolutely no time in dying today. Yeah, we got ourselves a fleet. A vehicular fleet, as it were. Alright, so the box of 12 gauge that I'm carrying right now can into the race car for the immediate moment. There will be room cleared for it in the truck eventually. Alright, so MSR 7T into the hands. .762 into the backpack. Let's open another box of that 357, shall we? Alright, so I do not want to be attracting the zombies that are out here to my base. I would much prefer they be attracted in a different direction, so we're going to go all the way up here to this parking lot before we start shooting. And now we armor up. And the respirator, because eventually we're going to need to deal with more dense zombie stink, goes into the backpack for later. Where did that one in the white coat? Still hanging out in the road here. All right, here goes nothing. Remember, no groaning. Okay, that's should have packed out the M16. Ammo check. Still got about 96 shots. Once we've cleared the fast chamblers, I would like to switch to melee. That's more or less now. We're going to take the truck back a little bit so that we have some breathing room to fall back further. And away put your rifle. I mean you no harm. Nice and steady, only slow ones left. There's the music. Fixed itself. Door broke to the left. Or sorry, right. I know my cardinal direction. Shut up. That might not even mean that that building has spawned in yet. If it has, unknown number will be coming out of it. God, man, the sound. I don't even want to think about it. I've learned to deal with it for the moment. One coming up on my 6. That is not acceptable. We should have cleared almost everything down there, but never took anything for granted, not in Louisville. Not anywhere else, really. For anybody joining, welcome. We are working on the Louisville General Hospital right now, and the area around it.
Hey!
We've taken out a large chunk of the fast ones of the current group. So now we're dealing with the slow ones with melee. Weapon of choice today is a baseball bat with rail spikes. That counts as an axe weapon, but does not have sharpness, and therefore is a very easy set it and forget it weapon. On paper, the stats are actually better than a firefighter axe in every way except for durability. An axe weapon that I don't have to sharpen is very congenial to my interests. At least one coming from my right. Sounds like more than one. No, just one. Get their attention with a little bit of that. And just because they're coming out of that building doesn't mean that that building's actually spawned in yet. I don't recall ever getting close enough to it. A lot of people might be coming straight through it from the other side, but I don't know. We'll find out. Another door just broke. All right. I want to say that the interior of the building is spawned in. Because this would be an impressive amount of... Yeah, no, it has to. It probably just spawned in. Okay. It's the person in the bathrobe that's tipped me off. This is a retirement home, so... Getting pretty close to aiming level 9. We're past the halfway point. 5337 out of 7,500. Have a look at this one. Engine quality 42, it's garbage. It's cabbage. Cabbage. Alright. Let's get back up close to the windows of the first floor. See if there's anybody else lurking near the entrance. Continue discharging on these ones. There are people coming out of this building still. Want them out. Still a couple of them hanging around the corner of the lobby there. Let's bring them out on outside. We've been getting progressively louder with the noise that we're making around here. Last time I was using the 357. Now we're doing toot toot with the horn. It's a way of bringing out the rest of the lobby in chunks here. Then we turn them into chunks. Zombie chunks. Rifle into the hands. Back a little further. This is a bit of a risky maneuver because I'm actually kind of pulling them sort of towards my base here. But if we don't handle this entire group at once, then we will fall back in a different direction and continue making noise so that they don't actually get pulled towards my base. I'm just trying to keep a distance from where the biggest piles of the corpses are so I don't get too sick. Alright. Lots of those left are now Slobies. I'm going to go ahead and put the rifle away and move up on foot with melee, but we're also going to put the mask on because that is Corpse City in there. We do have people slapping the fence, which means when they get bored of that, they're going to be coming around and flanking me from behind, which is a no bueno. Yeah, let's just do this nice and easy. Yeah, when we see a fast one, we stop what we're doing, we isolate them from the group to kill them. We do not acquiesce fast ones anywhere, because we should have sniped most of them by now. We can handle a very, very large number of slow ones, but if there's a fast one in there, that's like the third in the punch bowl. Get rid of that quick. Meta event. Kind of like directly to the top there. Yeah, look at that. You know what? I challenge your meta event with my own. Ooga booga, me hear loud noise, me make loud noise. Anti-meta. Look at me. I am the meta event now. I did leave the truck running. Not entirely unintended, but any reason I would have had to do it is no longer valid. Now I'm just wasting gas. That's gonna matter soon. Gasoline spoilage is confirmed. It's coming. They just keep coming. Welcome to Louisville. We got a slow to the far bottom right there, or bottom left. I know my cardinal directions, shut up. We're primed to fall back. We're not going to stand our ground here. But I am curious to see what we got here. How we doing? How we doing? They have now stopped. Gonna have to wake them back up again here. I suppose you could say that. I mean, you'll get zombies who look like this on day one, but, yeah. Oh, hey. Glad to hear that, Hunter. Always happy to be of service. This game is very bad at explaining itself, so... What have we got here? What do we got? One fast. Everybody else medium? Or slow? Alright. Not bad. Our respirator filters are not going to last too much longer, so we're keeping an eye on the densiometer there. their interest going. Get out of those trees. There you go. It's far from the best spot to be fighting because of all the corpses around me, but, well. I don't want to get any closer to that tree right now. It's the giving tree. Let's move up over here to the left. What's the blue moodlet? The one that we're currently looking at, stage 3 discomfort. What that does is it makes your stamina regen a little bit slower, and it, most importantly, it builds up stress. Now, on the flip side, every time I kill a zombie, that's -2 stress, so the stress levels from being uncomfortable are basically negligible as long as we keep killing zombies. Yes, I have thought about it a lot, Hunter. The biggest problem with that, of course, is that it, let's say that I had made one back when I first started streaming. There's already 3 or 4 things about my strategies that would be entirely outmoded. I wouldn't do them again. So I have considered making a video like that. The only problem is it would just, I don't want to put too much effort into it because a lot of the tactics that I talk about will eventually get outmoded. Now, I suppose I could focus on certain things that are always going to be evergreen, like the map tour. That's probably always going to be useful to a certain extent. It's just going to be what you want to focus on. Like right now, on this character's lifespan, we did a map tour like I always do, early game, but we very specifically avoided looking at any residential stuff early game, because that way, when we come back late game and explore places that we didn't look at, we get a higher percentage chance of survivor houses. Because as time passes, your chances of buildings being looted and trashed go up, while your chances of survivor houses also go up. So what I used to do is I used to think that survivor houses aren't that important. I'll just explore everything early on. That's what I did for my first 2 characters linked in the description for both Annie and Nora. I was very indiscriminate. I explored everything. Yeah, you're not wrong, KTO. You're not wrong. If I was really into the YouTube side of just churning out videos constantly. Live streaming is different. I mean, what I'm doing right now, minus the, chatting with chat, I'd probably be doing this anyway. So it's very, very different, live streaming and actually making videos. Combine that with the fact that I'm a little bit of a, I don't want to call myself a perfectionist, but when it comes to videos that I actually care about, I'm annoyingly meticulous, and it makes it hard to churn videos, right? You see, other YouTubers, maybe they're not as meticulous, or maybe they even have like their own editors or something. I kind of take a similar approach to what I'm already doing here in game. I do everything myself, and so it makes any video I make is going to therefore be a time-consuming thing. Like the YTP that I made, that silly little YTP video with the jets, that took about 4 hours. Now, granted, it was 4 hours of almost brain dead, constantly cackling as I fucked around in Adobe Premiere, but still, that's when you look at something that low effort of a little meme video, and it still took that long to make. Yeah, it doesn't bode well for things that actually are substantive. No, survivor houses are more likely late game, but more importantly, late game survivor houses are a different loot table. There's 2 different loot tables. There's early game, well, I don't even know if early game has its own tag, but late game survivor house is actually its own separate loot table, and that comes with a higher chance of things like explosives, magazines, and whatnot. I couldn't tell you how the stats will come out for everybody's individual experience, but I can tell you that this character, whether it's because of our specific actions or just because we got luckier, this character has come away with multiple copies of books such as Longplay and Aiming 5, books that I never found on all my other characters, and those other characters lasted longer than this one, so I can't, but another thing is I can't tell if I should chalk that up to my strategies for early game exploration or if it's just sheer luck. Sometimes people just get lucky. We're gonna do a little bit of discharge up here, but we're gonna be on a hair trigger to fall back. I don't know exactly how many are gonna be left on this side of the building. .62 shots at 357 left. Am I clearing the hospital? Yes, kind of. Basically what the strategy is for the hospital, Ulysses, is we're orbiting the building and we're just doing a lot of noise making as we orbit it. So we're pulling the zombies out of the building, but we're not going anywhere near the interior yet, and I am afraid I might have spawned in Lowry Court. That's not good. I never got anywhere near the building, but that is making me feel like we spawned it in. If they're already breaking through the gates right there, that's not good. Well, let's put a kibosh on shooting for the moment and bat a few heads in. See, trying to clear the hospital is would have been a lot easier if I didn't spawn in Lowry Court there, because Lowry Court, that's another 2,000 zombies easily that'll come out of that building. It's just the patio inside, you think? Okay, I would believe it. I would absolutely believe it. But this is not the first time we've discharged the firearm up here, so seeing all those guys come out of there it's sending my susometer up. Yeah, let's just see how many of these guys we can handle with melee. We're currently out of perishable food. I might go grab a soda. Oi. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a soda from the Quickie Mart over here. Oh, hello. Look at that. Waiting around that corner, why don't you? Bitch. I disrespect you for that. A single window broken here. Huh. Talk about your susometer going off. That makes me not want to break in. I don't know what it is. When a building is this big in the middle of Louisville and it ain't got a single broken window, not a single zombie inside, but the doors are locked, I don't know. It doesn't make. I don't want to break into it. I have too much respect for these windows. Probably, yeah. There is another gate. I would not be overly surprised if they were coming right through. Yeah. Alright. Well, in that case, let's just have some of my beef jerky that I have on standby here. I don't usually like eating into my emergency food, but that's what happens when you fail the plan. You have to go with your backup plans. Oh, there is somebody in here after all. The back door? No, that's the inside right there. So there actually is a way into buildings like this if you don't want to break any of the windows or doors. There is a way in. It involves building a staircase up to the roof on the outdoors and then using a sledgehammer to break open roof tiles and then rappelling in with a cheat rope. I'm not going to do that. I actually don't mind breaking the back door here. Yeah, I don't mind breaking the back door because I can make these steel doors myself. Now, here's the tricky thing. If I sledgehammer out this back door, the zombie that's slapping this one will immediately turn around. So thumb is over the space bar. Fuck this. I'm not good with long blunt, so just drop it. It's fine. Don't let the baseball bat fool you. This is an axe weapon, not a long blunt weapon. Now, let's see if anybody else is in there. That would be a negative. Alright. So we have a way in now. And we just gotta repair the back door when we get a chance. Grab a soda for later. If I have some... Yeah, there's some beef jerky. We can replenish our emergency foods. It's like I didn't even do it. Mission acquire a snack has been accomplished. I'm just gonna whack on these guys with melee until I get tired. We're trying to level our axe skill. We're making some steady progress in that. We're 2177 out of 7500, so we got a lot of room left to level. In fact, I've got a replacement baseball bat with rail spike right here. As soon as this one breaks, I'm just gonna attach it to my back. So as you can see, I got a bat in my hands and on my back. So the moment the one in my hands breaks, we just pull the one off my back and start using that. We call that staging a replacement. I don't like these trees. Let me armor back up here. That's some dedication right there. I don't know if I have the dedication for that, but I respect it. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the engine. This is a this is an engine quality 100 fire truck, so I don't have to leave the engine running all the time. It will start when I need it to start. Why am I over encumbered? That shouldn't happen. Bless it all. Alright, I'll put away the M9. I'm not using it right now. Well, I don't bother with guns until later. The thing about worrying about guns extremely early game is where you're going to get all your ammo. If you go straight for a gun resource, you might get lucky and come away with a lot of ammo early on. But what happens if you don't get lucky? Do you just start over? Or do you try to pick up a weapon type that you're not good at? I just don't see the... I don't see the purpose in focusing only on aiming and reloading. Now, there's other things, of course. Veteran having no impact from discomfort. That's knocked the snubby nose at. Discomfort can get really annoying, especially on Extinction. I believe that this discomfort has been nerfed for Apocalypse, but not Extinction.
Hey!
So I don't want to get close to that building, so I'll yell to bring them over here. But like I said, I've never actually tried it, and it's not usually something within my strategies. Nope. So you get diminishing returns exponentially on repairs. Eventually, you'll waste so many materials trying to repair something that it's not gonna. No. Eventually, you're gonna need to waste like whatchamacallit, like an entire roll of duct tape just to get one more hit out of your weapon. No, it's designed entirely to be a game of diminishing returns. Lumberjack is probably almost as good as what I'm using right now, if not better. The thing about Lumberjack is I don't think you can get 10 fitness with it. I can't remember, though. I know you get a strength, 1 point in strength.
Hey!
I need more water. Yeah, you can definitely extend a certain weapon's lifespan with repair, but you're always going to run into diminishing returns. I would never expect a single weapon to last for... I mean, honestly, if I'm going to use a weapon, I'm going to want a replacement ready for it. Almost regardless of what weapon it is. Like, we found a katana on this character. I'm now Longblade 10 and Maintenance 10, so I can get the theoretical max lifespan out of it, but after that, it's over. There's no more... there's no repairing the katana, right? Yeah, that's another problem, Hunter. What do you actually do once you get to that point where you have everything you want? At that point, you have to start making up your own goals, and that's kind of difficult to actually help somebody with because it requires burning a little bit of your creative energy, and that's going to be different for everybody. How much creative energy you even have to burn. Some people prefer to use their creative energy elsewhere. Hang on. It's like, is a video game supposed to be something you're supposed to use your own creative energy, or is that the job of the developers to give you something to chill and play with without having to come up with goals yourself? Map dominance being one of my goals. I never run out of things to do. Even if I were to clear all of Louisville on this character, there's Louisville Airport right over there. The Indiana Bridge effort. There's other places we haven't finished either, so...
Hey!
It's always dangerous when these guys down here are hugging close to the fence near the side of this tree line. Not a fan. Another baseball bat with rail spikes falls in the service of Louisville. Got another one where that came from. Yeah, there is definitely a lot of content to be found here in B42. I'm at 3,400 hours of playing this game, and probably about 3/4 of that has been here on B42, and I still don't feel like I've done everything there is to do. I mean, there's skyscrapers here in Louisville. That's one of our destinations on this character. I've driven past it twice on 2 different previous characters because it never felt like a challenge worth taking. It still doesn't, but for the sake of saying that I've been able to do it. Same with the military research facility. That was just going 17 floors underground. Skyscraper is going, what, like 20, 30 floors above ground? After a certain point, you gotta say you found enough military loot or you found enough residential loot that you don't need to go dozens of floors above ground or below ground, but then you realize that, well, it's on the map. I should probably do it.
Hey! Hey!
I'll replenish the supply of locals here before I go, because we're getting close to bedtime here. Can you even kill every zombie theoretically? Now that respawns have been disabled, theoretically, yes. But let me give you just a very easy example. Do you really want to go room by room, floor by floor on every single one of these houses just here on screen? And then if we press M and look at the map, do you really want to go room by room, floor by floor on every single one of these townhomes just to find that one zombie that's hiding in the bathroom somewhere? Because that's when you say kill every zombie on the map, that's what you mean. That's really what you mean. That means looking for the deaf ones that don't respond to your sirens. It means going through every single one of these townhouses, room by room, floor by floor, just to find that one that's hiding in the bathroom somewhere. Now, I'm sure some people have the autistic dedication to that. I'm saying this as somebody who's most likely on the spectrum himself. I'm undiagnosed, but honestly, even I have my limits, and that is far beyond them for me. So it's going to be personal preference, but in theory, sure, yeah, somebody could do that. That would be a multiplayer objective for reasonable people. You would take, I don't know, maybe a dozen people with my level of autistic dedication and deviate the map into like little chunks and just say, all right, you go clear this chunk, you go clear this chunk, you go clear, and then, you know, then you can say that you could theoretically clear every single place on the map and actually say for sure that it's clear, because, you know, respawns are disabled, so where else are they going to come from after a certain point? It's, you know. Alright, I should take my armor off and put it where it belongs. I should also wash it. We've gotten a little dirty over the past couple days. We went ahead and installed ourselves a laundry machine here. Some of this stuff actually isn't dirty, but you know what? I don't care. I got a washing machine. I'm going to use it. Got our pajamas here so that we don't get too cold while we're doing laundry. My half-mask respirator is just about out of filters, so I'm going to go ahead and pull those out now and replace them with better ones. Do I have better ones? Surely somewhere. Oh, we got some right here. That works. Alright, a little early. We're going to go ahead and hit the sack. Oh yeah, no, those whatchamacallit, the race car, the racetrack can go nuts. Let's go ahead and open up these boxes of 762 here. $166 shots left of 762 before we have to open up the next carton. There's always that one knee pad and elbow pad that just doesn't feel like getting dry. Alright, what can we do to pass 2 hours here? I suppose there's nothing stopping me from just doing a little bit more mop-up up to the north side of the building here. Do you know if the washer dryers? Yes. Well, so here's the thing with the washer dryer combos. The washer dryer combos, they work as a washer. What is broken right now, as far as I can tell, is you can't convert them to a dryer. You click the button to convert it to a dryer, and for me, it's broken. So I'm using a washer dryer combo as a washer, but the dryer we had to go steal somewhere else. Now, if it doesn't turn on, then that could either be because you don't have power or because you haven't plumbed it. It does have to be plumbed to a water source, so if you don't plumb it to a water source, it won't turn on. The on button just won't appear. I do not want to get close enough to this apartment complex here to spawn it in. That is what, 5 stories? Yeah, no, I don't want to go anywhere near that. So honestly, the north looks fine. This side has been looking fine for a while, so let's just probe the main entrance. So, fun fact about double door entrances in this game. It does not matter what vehicle it is, they are all technically only 2 tiles wide. And therefore, if you aim it correctly, you can drive straight into a building like this. Not that I'm interested in running over zombies, though. I'm just going to go in there and see what it looks like and back out. So what do we got? The pharmacy there on the right. Meeting rooms on the left. Zombies up ahead. No big surprises anywhere there. Mostly trying to get a gauge of how many Zeds there actually are. What the hell kind of a store is this? A table store? Some kind of a store there, and they've got a sale on something. Oh, hospitals are businesses. They gotta stay in business somehow. This is where we were seeing a lot of them gum up here. So I'm going to do a little thing here. Yeah, that's right. I'm just going into the building and honking the horn at them. So if there are still some people gummed up in the center of the building, that will gum them up a little closer. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. That's what I want to see. That is what I like to see. Now, if you're curious how I'm getting this directional light, I don't know if this is functioning as intended, but right now if you turn on your flashlights, any of them, in my case I'm using an angle-headed flashlight, you turn it on while you're in a vehicle, and you can just aim it out the window. That being said, it used to require you to open the window to do this. I don't know if it's just a glitch that we're able to do it without opening the window. So what we've determined from that is that this corner right here is just right down the hall from where we tooted the horn earlier. So if I toot the horn right here, then all those guys we saw should come moseying this way, and they'll be out here waiting for us tomorrow morning, hopefully. I'm just going to keep an eye on them until they start popping out this window. Here they come. I did actually not want to do that. I don't like hitting them with my vehicles because that is that's degradation of your windshields and whatnot. I can't make windshields right now. Windshields, once they break, they're gone forever. You got to go find another one on another car. Oh, thank you. Put a lot of okay, now here's the thing about driving in this game. If I could switch just to a controller right now, just for the sake of driving, I would probably do it because okay, so I've tried it, and the driving system is not quite as precise as I'd hoped it would be. But like in a perfect world, driving with a gamepad is actually better than driving with a keyboard and mouse, right? Because in order to very fine-tune my directions when I'm turning, I've got one keyboard button, and what I have to do is I have to tap it. I have to tap it in order to make very precise turns. And that's not a very good system. I mean, just having a binary, you know, key-pressed or not key-pressed system, it's just not good. Other games will let you use your mouse to control the steering wheel, and that allows for a lot of precision, but this game has not really built for that. So as far as keyboard and mouse controls go, I would actually If I could just reach over here and pick up my my gamepad and just plug it in and just use that for driving as opposed to character controls, I would do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. But only if it works properly, and unfortunately it doesn't. We tried it once plugging in a controller while the game is running already. It doesn't work very well, if at all. You have to close, reopen the game, and then you got to fuck with things a little bit. And then if you unplug it, there's a bunch of silly things to go back to the regular controls. So, and that being said, for people who want to use controllers all the time, they have had a lot to complain about lately. So, regrettably, I'm just making a silly system work as best I can. It is not an ideal, not by a long shot. So we'll just have a bite to eat here, and then we will hit the sack for our second bedtime here at 5 a.m. Alright, I have to step away briefly IRL, but it looks like we got another day of good weather ahead of us here. This is what I like to see. It's a little overcast. I can tell there's not as much sunlight. That actually will have a very small impact on our aiming. It is what it is. This is a lot better than rain or snow, so I'll take it. But yeah, I do have to step away briefly IRL. When I get back, we will get started on some more shooting until we can maybe get the first floor cleared. Now, Louisville General Hospital is, I believe, a 3-story building, which means in order to actually clear it, we have to go up to the second floor before the third floor will even spawn in, right? So let's just say that we clear the entire first and second floors. When you aggro the first floor, the second floor is spawned in. So the crowds that we've been dealing with over the past couple of streams have all been the first and second floor. We wipe them all out. We still got the third floor that we've got to actually go up to the first floor. We got to crest the stairs, get to the top of the stairs to the first floor so that we're on the second floor. Then the third floor will spawn in. And at that point, I just rinse and repeat. I make noise. I bring them all outside. I do not fight them indoors. Close quarters combat in this game is just, it's how you die. So, all right, I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had some insightful commentary in my absence. Alrighty. You know, we brought this trailer home the other day. We never even really looked into it. Bunch of random stuff. A respirator with filters in it. Yes, please. That's actually relevant immediately. Take the filters out, put them on my driver's seat here. So we got a backup filter for when the current ones get used up. Speaking thereof, gearing back up. Now that's setting my susometer off right there. I expected there to be more after the rootin' tootin' horn honking last night. Well, let's get out the rifle. And let's see what kind of attention we get when we start taking shots here. I see 2 upright targets. Yeah, those are going to be happy little trees. So it looks like some of them are going to come through the ER, the rest are going to come through where we expect them to. Of course, these 4 trees right here are going to be making my life annoying. No surprises there. Oh, reloading, +1. We are now reloading level 7. To be entirely honest, 762 is not well spent on slow shamblers. I didn't even get food for the day, did I? That's a bit of a doof. I do still have the soda from yesterday. See, I keep expecting there to be like 2 or 3 more fast shamblers behind these slow ones, but I'm not seeing them. So let's go ahead and step back and get some food, and then we will come back here and actually start easing our way into the building on foot. Because remember, we went all the way in there last night with the race car and tooted our horn in the dead center of the building. And if we're only seeing this much after that, then I feel confident-ish. That's how I want to phrase that. I feel confident-ish. Let's go get some food, and we'll see about progressing in there. See, at the current pace, I'm probably going to do exactly what I was saying before. We're just going to go in there and get to the peak of the first flight of stairs, stand on the second floor for a second, and then make some noise, and then that's all we need to do. Get in there and make some noise. Actually, yeah, if I take these 2 salads, half plus 2, okay, yeah, we got a full day of food there. Just gotta give it a little bit of time after we get hungry. Alright, putting the 762 away. I would like to try to identify where the other stairs are. I know there's more than one. Of course, we've got b42map.com. It's a lovely website that would tell us exactly where all the stairs are. Aha, here we go. Okay, so we got a like fire escape sort of stairs back here. And then I think these are just regular stairs. Okay, so we got at least three sets of stairs. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, this doesn't look bad here in the cafeteria. Plenty of daylight. Still slapping doors here. Virtually all these doors should be broken by now, but always that one. Bathroom right here. I don't see anybody slapping the stall doors. As we go in this direction, this is the ER, I believe. With its own little morgue stapled onto it. That's a spooky, very narrow hallway. Not interested. Observation room. Oh, an MRI. Or whatever the fuck that is. Bumped into this guy yesterday. Turned him into a crawler. More of these lovely medical beds. I enjoy these. Highly mobile. Can be moved without tools. It's actually great if you don't have carpentry level 10 early game. There's more of a security room here, but doesn't look like they got much in the way of weaponry. Hospital security is absolutely a thing in real life, but I guess they don't often have heavy weapons. Okay, I'm feeling pretty confident about the first floor being dealt with. So, how do we proceed to the next floor? Allow me to demonstrate here. As I mentioned before, with Louisville buildings, and any building with multiple stories, really, all you need to do is crest the stairs of one floor, and the floor above you will spawn in. So we've already dealt with the first and second floor. And now to get the third floor to spawn in, all we got to do is go up this stairs and make some noise. You hear all that? See how he just fell down? Looks like we got a balcony up top. Wouldn't have been able to find that out without looking at the website or going all the way upstairs, so. So what that should, in theory, do is have anybody who's on the third floor start moseying their general direction towards us, where we're at now. And we'll see how that plays out. I expect a large amount, but I don't know. I expected that's more like it. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I genuinely wish I had my shotgun prepped. Skill issue that I don't. Yeah, that's what I expected to see, but I was starting to question it for a second there. So let's just get them all out here. That was the goal. Alright, now we've got the M16 and we've got a lot of magazines for it, but we haven't prepped them. So what we're going to do is get a nice big blob out here. I'm going to try fighting in this direction today. Emphasis on try. If we start getting too many of them showing up behind us, then that absolutely will not last long. Alright, M16 magazine. We've got 17 of them. Let's just take 7 MSR 7T into our hands. Loose ammo for that into our backpack. And M16 onto our back. We've got 3 shots of the M16 before we have to reload it, so if we switch to it, we got to be ready to hit R. Oh, hello. Okay. No, great then. Yes. 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 All right then. Yes. Perhaps a little bit more, splitting them up of a little bit here. We're good. We're good. Same strategy, different direction. I need to put away this baseball bat with rail spikes here. Alright, dealt with that problem. M16 is in our hands, rifle is on our back. We're going to want to swap that momentarily here. Now this is why I wanted this back area clear. I wanted to be able to orbit the hospital and hit and run them as I went around, but that's not going to happen until we have a clean 6 here. So let's give this area a shot and see how sustainable this is. I'm already seeing one disruptor there. Got her. Sure there's more than her. Now remember, there is a staircase on this side, so it will be all too easy if there's more of them upstairs that spawned in but didn't come downstairs yet. They'll be spilling out of the building still. All right, now this is where should have known that they'd be coming from the top there. Ah, Zacto, how's it going? It is indeed Wednesday, my dudes. See, at this point, we're dealing with not just the hospital swarm, but whoever the hell these guys are from the north. I don't know. But they weren't here in force the other night, so yeah, we're just dealing with a little bit of everybody now. Welcome to Louisville. There is no clean regrouping. If I must, I will do another pipe bombing, if I must. Remember, our goal is to be gaining some skills, some ill skills to pay the bills. This is actually kind of what I was hoping for, is a few of them from inside the hospital area getting stuck up on the fence here. Creating a nice little shooting gallery for me on this side. Alright. If there were going to be a massive group from the north, then we would have seen more by now, so... There was an amount, but it was not an overly threatening amount, just enough to disrupt my plans. But we'll see. Maybe there's more beyond that tree line. Looks like we got plenty hanging up on the, hello. Plenty hanging up on these. That was a bunch of blind shots, but they worked out. Ammo check. 12 in the current mag. That was the sound of a window breaking, wasn't it? Off to my right somewhere. 7 rounds. A lot of the ones that are coming around from the direction I'm shooting right now are actually people that we lured all the way from the lobby area. Did a bit of a merry-go-round around the entire building. Just trying to leave a drivable path for myself on that road there. It's not working out very well. We still got a path. I'm not going to put myself at risk for it, but... What's my kill count at the moment? 19,284. I think the last time I looked it was 17, close to 18. I don't know. A lot of the big chunk of the increase will have come from the shotgun activities in the corner of the parking lot for the hospital. We are now sick. We're switching to the mask. Nice. Command, how's it going? Current M16, 0 shots. Good reflexes to check. That's what I was worried about. We're under control for the moment, but yeah, this is going to go bad fast. Now we've got the big group. Gripping my mouse too tight again. Nothing new about that. If I didn't know better, I would say that's probably directly correlated to the lifespan of my mice being lower than I expect it to be. Scope we're rocking on this M16 is a 4x, so we're actually doing decent range here. Could be better, but not bad at all. I'm gonna try another angle here. Try from the inside of that fenced area, see what we can accomplish without too many of them flanking us from the inside of the building. My prediction is that one of these M16 magazine, yeah, that's still got 7 rounds in it. Worse things have happened, I suppose. This is a much better vantage position, but we are going to run into a lot of them getting gummed up in this corner up here, so we'll have to see how that plays out. In the meantime, we got the rifle in our hands. Rifle has only 3 shots left. Okay, then. Glad I checked. Let's open ourselves a carton of 762, shall we? Any advice for new players? Pay attention to your surroundings and don't get into fights that you don't need to. It's a very easy thing for new players to not understand their limits. These moodles up here, pay very close attention to them. And if you see a lot of red ones and you don't understand what they mean, just assume that they're going to mean that you're not as combat effective. Fall back and deal with them before you keep fighting. This situation here where I'm in a prolonged fight, that's the result of having set up quite a few dominoes before letting them fall over. Like, just for example, the two moodles that I've got right now, extremely uncomfortable. That means I'm building stress. And extremely, or just regular stage 3 overloaded. I'm not extremely overloaded yet. So that means that it costs me a lot of stamina to run. And if I get touched by a zombie, I'm much more likely to get injured. That's why we only deal with them with guns while we're in this state. And the reason I'm so overloaded is because I'm carrying 2 different long guns. Not recommended for most situations, but we've got a 8-time scope weapon and then a 4-time scope to fall back to when we've got lots of them coming up in short range. That's a bad shot. I shouldn't have bothered with that. Probably the most important thing you could do for your survival is to learn your melee weapons, learn your ranges, how far your swing distance is, and learn your audio cues. Understand what the zombies sound like and what direction they're coming from when they sound that way. I'm a big proponent of surround sound here if you can afford a 5.1, but more realistically, a good set of headphones. Pay attention to those footsteps and those mouth breathing noises. Now, we are getting a significant frame rate drop here. The moment that I get close enough to the hospital for the roof to disappear like that, that's when the frame rate drop occurs. Holy crap, boys, we actually see a broken fence up there. I never in a million years would have suspected it. Takes a lot of effort for zombies to break down these fences, but lo and behold, they're up there on the top left near my ugly face there. Alright, for anybody joining, welcome. This is the Louisville General Hospital. We're outside the emergency room entrance, and we're kind of piecemeal dealing with a large group that came out of the front of the building. We led them on a merry chase around the entire exterior, and then fell back here. And I'm currently just sniping anybody who comes out of the building, waiting for the next large group to show itself. Oh yeah, that watch. It could be coming from any one of the zombies on screen, because we can now hear them from 70 tiles away. Yeah, appreciate that, Zecto. Yeah, we take everything as slow as we can here. Sometimes very slow, way too slow. But for that, we get rewarded a slightly longer lifespan. Wait a minute, did I get a red crosshair there? There's that bastard. It's behind the tree right here. So, yeah. Genuinely surprised we're not getting more coming around from this little tiny way here. I expected a lot more coming out of there. Let's go ahead and ammo check really quick. We're at 60 rounds of 7.62. Have a bite to eat while we drive. Hello there. So I actually did check my my stream log to find out the last time I did have a character death, and we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary IRL. Barb the Builder was June 8th, 2025. So that is approximately 2 weeks from now. So we do still have some coming out here. I guess they must have been stuck elsewhere on the fence, but now that we quieted down for a minute, we gave them a chance to show themselves. There's literally nothing we can do about that watch, by the way. If we went looking for it, we would spend 10 minutes wasting our time, and it would stop before we found it. Yeah, we're losing a little bit of frame rate by zooming out this far, but it does help us keep track of things from as far as humanly possible, which for a sniper rifle is a good thing at the moment. I expect in the future that we might get more of a aiming degradation from trying to shoot through a chain link fence like this. The fact that we aren't is actually kind of miraculous in and of itself. Abreu, how's it going? So in 1950, I don't suspect we're going to be at risk of getting tired anytime soon, but could happen any moment now. I really wish these watch alarms didn't last as long as they do. There it goes. Alright. Cautiously moving up here. Daylight is on its way out, so we're not going to be able to do long-distance shooting too much longer. Doesn't look like we're going to need too much. I spot 1 foot mobile right now. Alright, I think it's time to follow Ray-Up's advice. We're going to go inside the building. Come on, we got to go inside the building. I'm not a Fed. Do exactly as I tell you. Alright, 762 and the long rifle put away. And I cannot go very long without reminding everybody of this. We do not need to worry about driving into this building because we can do it. We have the technology. There are multiple ingress and egress points that we can use with our vehicles here. Anywhere where there's a double door, you have a way in with a vehicle. Just don't fuck up too hard. Slow one's still in here, no surprise about that. You know what? I might have been wrong. Yes, I was wrong. Okay, there is no way through the ER way without for double doors, so we actually do not have a way through here. And that's okay. We can figure something else out here. I figured that there would be a double door from the ER to the rest of the building, but there's actually not. That's not realistic at all. Hospitals have double doors everywhere because you want to have both of them open to wheel somebody through on a gurney. But I digest. I spent quite a bit of time in Inova Loudoun and Inova Fairfax to know these things from personal experience. Lovely hospitals, by the way. Some of the best on the planet. See what that brings down on us. In auditory, we've got that area up there. Interestingly, that one standing in front of the windowsill does not seem interested in us right now, so we're not going to be bringing the entire building on us from here. At least not with the Magnum. At night, when you're shooting, you can use your flashlight as a viewfinder, or a rangefinder, rather. So that guy right there was halfway through the radius of my flashlight. And that helps you understand your effective radius with shooting. If I wait until they're halfway through, we get some pretty good shots with the Magnum here. The devs have recently changed a few things about the point-blank calculations. So aiming at targets while at point-blank range might be better at lower levels now. I have actually not tried lower-level aiming since that change was implemented. Now this is interesting. We do have some coming our way. Some further back. As I predicted, not quite enough to overwhelm. We're sitting pretty at 64 rounds of 357 Magnum. And I'm going to go ahead and put away the M16, and we're going to clean up a few more with the baseball bat with spikes. Get a little bit more axe experience, and then we'll call it for the night. Honestly, the current M16 magazine could use a finisher upper here. We've got enough loose 5.56 at this point for almost another full mag. Perfectly okay with that. We'll go deal with Chuck here, and then we'll do another orbit. What's up, Chuck? So don't be fooled. This is not a long blunt weapon. This is a axe weapon that does not have sharpness, which is why I like it so much. It's competitive, if not better, in terms of damage than the firefighter axe, because the firefighter axe actually has a slightly lower crit rate. And a slightly lower crit mult. I think the only thing that makes the axe better is the fact that it lasts a lot longer. Trying in vain to keep a drivable space here. Oh, look at that. We took some window damage there. It's about time. This truck had perfect parts on it a long time ago. It's a sign of wear and tear right there. Genuine wear and tear. I should not be encumbered right now. Let's take those magazines out. And look at that. I'm not encumbered anymore. We were just under the threshold. This might look intimidating, being slightly surrounded at night. The ones coming from the right side here are very small, straggler groups. Not that they're not threatening, but we don't expect any large blobs because we wiped out that area a while ago. And this is why we want to not be over-encumbered, because we want to be able to run around easily if we're going to be meleeing. Not a single zombie noise in this area. Now this is what I was talking about before. I've never seen this before. Only over at the military checkpoint did I ever see this. That was a different type of fence there. So that is a novel thing for me. There's the fatigue at 2150. So we are now... Ooh, okay. So we still got tons of them on this side. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. We know where our combat zone is tomorrow then. I don't know if y'all noticed that frame rate drop too. We had a frame rate drop as we were around that corner. So there's still going to be plenty of them over there. Let's go ahead and gear down for the night. We did laundry yesterday, so we'll probably be fine for today. Our respirator had fresh filters put in this morning, and they're down to... They're already down to, what was that, like 2/3 or 2/5? It's pretty low. It's below a third. Now, when you don't have a clean drivable path, but you want to avoid wheel damage, I think setting your cruise control to 5 miles an hour actually eliminates the damage possibility. I think. Don't quote me on that. The only reason I say that is because we don't hear anything when we bump over them. And I'm pretty sure that you only get damage if you hear it. Like, if you hear something, then you're probably getting damage, or you're getting a chance for damage. If I were to just drive right over those corpses at 20 miles an hour, then yeah, that's wheel damage right there. And we want to avoid that if we can. So for anybody joining, if you did not see the setup process, we got ourselves a nice, lovely little base here at the gas station, directly to the south of the Louisville General Hospital here. Once we cleared this area, and we were very careful about what direction we pull them in when we fight, we made sure that we did not pull anybody over here, so that's great. I'll go ahead and finish off our salad here. These days I've been doing bedtimes at 2,300 hours and 0500. It's been working out pretty well for me. I mean, we didn't get tired until about 2,200, 2,150, something like that. And that was after a lot of shooting and fighting, so it's great. I'm here for it. Spend the rest of the evening with a little bit of disassembly. Now, if we wanted to, we could have killed all those zombies a lot faster with a pipe bomb. I have not been doing pipe bombs for a while now because pipe bombs don't get you any experience. Today we got a lot of shooting experience. We're at 6,200 out of 7,500 for the next level. So I predict within probably tomorrow, if we keep it up with the shooting, we'll get aiming level 9. What I'm shooting for on this character, and it's the end is in sight on this, aiming level 10 and long blade level 10, and then axe level 10. If I get that trifecta, I will be very proud of myself. I've never had a character have those two. Long blade and aiming are really the best in class. Long blade is best for melee. Aiming is best for shooting, or best for range, rather. It's really the only ranged option at the moment. Someday we'll have bowery, but that is B43 from what I heard. Garbage bin for the battery that's almost dead. Now, we've gone a few days without rain here. While that's been good for our shooting, that also means that we're probably... I planted some kale, and the kale is probably gonna start getting thirsty here soon. I might go check it as an overnight task. My main base for the area, I call it Jericho. It's just right down the road. This is more of an outpost here. Oh, come on now. Engine quality 81 now. So in order to get between our main base and our current location with ease, we've got ourselves a little hole that we made in the rail yard fence. Rail yard's a great way in and out of central Louisville. At the M here. The Louisville train station, I call it the rail yard because it's got a huge railway behind it here. The green arrows show the supply line from our primary base, Jericho. It's a grocery store. All the way up here through there and then around the corner, and then here's our current base for hitting the hospital and whatever this... I think this is the apartment building right here. These little sword markers are not mine. Those are from a... whatchamacallit? From a annotated map. No idea really what those annotated map markers really mean. I mean, it's marker for storage units and marker for an unlooted building that's full of infected. Yeah, I expected unlooted buildings full of infected. That this is Louisville. So, yeah. Annotated maps are not always very meaningful. But I'll take their markings and put them on my map wherever I can. And yes, you can go pretty fast in a place like this where there's nothing to run into. But I'm going to be a lot more careful about that here. There's a slight leftward drift on my sports car, or my race car right now. I might need to take a look at the parts later. Here's Jericho. Lovely place. Very well put together. I enjoy it. Where have I been storing my race car stuff? I think it's in one of my trailers. Trailers are currently down here. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh, the tires are a little uneven for their pumpage here. Front left is down to 87. I have a perfect, I do. I have 4 perfect performance here. Except for that one. That one's not perfect. So I'll hold on to that. We'll just take it inside. Jericho is a very big building. Not a lot of interior walls. So when you get all the furniture out of the way, it's an unlabeled grocery store, which is why we had to come up with a name for it. Could be a Gigamart, but there's a few things about it that's different from a standard Gigamart. I don't actually have my tools with me for vehicular work. So we got a jack here. We probably have a tire iron somewhere. Maybe. Maybe not. It's my local tire pump. It's a nightstick, not a tire iron. See, if I wasn't a dummy, I would have spares of everything. The expedition ambulance probably has spares. At least it used to. This is my other race car. Yes, I have 2. There only were 2 on the entire map, so don't get too impressed. There's a chance for as many as 24. But then you'd have to get every single one of them to spawn, which is good luck with that. Yeah, okay, so no other vehicle tools here. I might be able to make my own, what's it called? I've never tried to make a tire iron before. Let's go check the blacksmith and see if I can. Why not? Forgot that there was another red generator in there, so got another for the lineup. Got our forge here. Tools. We can make a wrench. And the wrench sets a precedent that I thought we'd be able to make a tire iron of some sort, but I'm not seeing it. Yep. So there is no making one of those. Regrettable. Small possibility I stored one in here. No. Oh well. Lesson learned. Don't keep all your eggs in one basket. I should pay attention to that lesson more often. I'll just keep the tire in the trunk. At least that's what I would do. The trunk's already got a carton of 12 gauge in it. Passenger seat it is. It'll probably resolve the situation mostly if I just pump the tires. And when I say the situation, I really mean a very, 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 very hard to notice leftward drift. Yeah, some of these tires lost over 10 psi, so getting them all back up to 40 should hopefully even out the traction. Alrighty. I think there's any other maintenance I'm needing to worry about at the immediate moment. We do have some empty magazines to put away here. Magazines have their own bin here. Leave too much in the regular fridge, did I? Just eggs. Alright, so we primarily came back here to take a look at our crops. Probably need to be watered. Go ahead and knock that out. And at that point, we'll probably be ready for sleep. The lettuce over here died a while back. And yes, the kale is at fine, quote-unquote, water levels. Now the garlic is probably a lot hardier in terms of how long it can last without being watered, but I don't really care. I'm going to water it anyway. Got a bucket right in front of me, might as well. I just used my water bottle for that. That was a bit of a doof. We have a few cooked eggs that I'll go ahead and chew on for the current meal here. Actually, these berries aren't going to last long either. I was thinking about making pancakes with them, but that would be the only ingredient that I have in the fruity category. If I'm going to do berry pancakes, I'd like to have berries and strawberries, or maybe some other type of fruit. Otherwise, if I'm going to do pancakes, I'll just do chocolates instead. I want to say the generators here are fine. Right now, the one with the highest load is the one in the top corner, so we'll take a look at that on our way out. You know what? I'm also going to take that duffel bag full of M16 mags. We'll leave that at the forward base. We don't use them for the hospital. We use them for something nearby. Oh, it's fine. This one's perfectly fine. In fact, that's suspiciously fine. Whenever I see something that's still at 96 and I expect it to be a little further along, I start to wonder if it's actually a problem of the... some generators don't have consumption rates if there's other generators nearby. See, this one's at 70, right? So sometimes if you have multiple generators in one area, their consumption rate is not even if it's supposed to be. So... yeah, that one being at 70, I think will be fine for a day or two. We'll handle retopping up everything on our way back, or next time we come back. I am noticing no significant drift now, so pumping the tires was definitely what we needed to do. So I'm actually going to steal this car right here because we picked up a trailer, but the trailer was part of a wreck. So the trailer is actually going to be full of garbage parts. So if we steal this car right here, we can use its tires and suspensions and whatever to get the trailer we picked up to a good comfortable condition, rather. There's a whole parking lot full of standard vehicles over there. I often forget just how many vehicles we have access to at the moment. We have a lot. Duffel bag full of magazine reloads on the floor right there. Oh. Speaking of magazine reloads, our 9mm. We need another one for backup shootings here. And I'm going to go ahead and open up these 6 boxes of 7.62 here, so that we've got plenty to shoot from. Total 162 shots of 7.62 here. Alrighty. Looking pretty good. Now we've actually used up so much water from this sink here that it's getting below 10 liters. So I actually might... well, we've probably got some buckets up top. Yeah, we can instantly bring that back up a little bit with these buckets here. So instead of 9 liters, it's now at 29. Now, of course, we've got this other one right here that we can start pulling from if the one in the middle gets empty, but honestly, when it gets to that point where it's almost empty, that's when it actually starts getting a little annoying. So I prefer to just not let it get empty in the first place. Or if it does, then we'll start transferring liquids between them. Actually, okay, I've never tried that. I'm curious now. Can I just directly transfer liquids between them? No, I can't. Unfortunate. So it looks like we have another bright, shiny day ahead of us here. Plenty of shooting opportunities. I have to step away briefly IRL, and then we can get started on that. Should only be about a minute tops here. So I'll park our girl right here for a moment, and I'll be right back, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. And off we go. Once again, I almost deployed without food. Get ahead of that now. Just gonna go ahead and make another salad on top of what we're about to deploy with here. Let's do helping of rabbit, venison, sweet potato, and one full egg. That is a salad that is sufficiently all over the place. Oregano and parsley. I like it. Alright, so we're going to start on this side, on the left side of the hospital today. Ideally not too close to the megacorpse pile up here. I haven't put on the respirator just yet, it's on standby. Oh, we've got a glitched ragdoll today. I don't know if you saw it, appearing for like a frame and then disappearing. I'll point it out if it becomes more obvious, but This is something you start to see more of as you start dealing with buildings that are 3 stories or higher. You start seeing zombies that, when they fall from a multi-story fall, some of them glitch when they enter the ragdoll state. And if you run into them with your vehicle somehow, which we managed to do on Annie, we learned that the game will crash if you run into a zombie that's in a glitched ragdoll state. Very difficult thing to do, to be honest. Yeah, you have to be trying, or it has to happen completely by accident. So I want this area right here to be drivable still, so I'm not going to litter it with corpses. We get more coming out of here than I can handle, then we'll just deal with them. Now remember, you can be grabbed through windows now. What we're doing right here, where we're just swinging right through the windows, they can swing right through the windows too. So be advised, if there's zombies, like, you know, just on the other side of a window group like this, just assume there's nothing there. Just treat it as if there is no barrier between you, because there might as well not be. I've seen some people in the Steam forum say that that is how they lost their characters, by going near a window and expecting that a zombie on the other side of it wouldn't just reach right through the window and grab them. No, they'll flip through the window if they can't reach you. I'm pretty sure that's still how they function. But if they can reach you, they will. But that goes both ways, so we can do it to them too. So in that case, if you just treat it as if the window's not there, you'll be somewhat successful. Now, I do expect there to be a number of them on the landing up there, because that's the closest access point to the upper floor where they're all coming from. So let's just queue them all down here, see what we're dealing with. I do actually expect there to be a lot of them, but I'm okay if there's not. What we're hearing right now, it sounds like there's somebody like right here-ish. They're probably up there on, there's like a balcony up there. And they can see us. They're probably trying to get to us, but they're probably stuck. That actually happens a lot, and we can't even see them. Now, here's a funny thing. Okay, here, there you go. Good job, guy. That's what they're supposed to do. But they don't. Now, here's an interesting thing, because I know there's a balcony up here. If I pull out my gun and I aim, we might get a red crosshair. But we don't. Now, that's probably because if there was somebody up there still, we would hear them making noise. But we don't. Which means if there is anybody up there, they're probably outside of our visual range. So there's not much left other than to make some more noise. Let's see what that brings down on us. I'm a little bit concerned about the exterior, so I'm actually going to chill out here for a moment. Yeah, see, there's still people coming around the corner up here. Let's monitor the corner first. Okay, that's actually looking okay. Just one coming down for now. I clocked 2 coming around the corner. If it's not obvious, my general principle is we don't want to go in there and fight unless we absolutely have to. And as soon as we get any significant number of them chasing us inside, then we just turn right back around and bring them outside, where we have the advantage because we can see much better. Don't let flashlights make you too confident. If you can fight them outside, I am of the strong opinion that you should. I kind of like his bandana. It's like a black, but it's not, yeah, this is a black bandana. That's not one of the one that I'm wearing right now is one of the predefined colors. This is actually a random color. Look at that. Oh, look at that. I like that. Oh, I like that. That's pretty much a perfect match. I think we've got our new bandana, boys. I will need to put a leather strip on it, though. As you can see, my head protection is currently 80-100. If I take the bandana off, my head protection goes down by 10% because we've got a leather strip on there. So, believe it or not, the bandana is part of my armor kit. It's inconvenient to wear all the time because it's insulating and it makes it harder to eat and drink. But when we're in combat like this, we're wearing it. Looks like we still got an unknown number inside there. Now, did y'all see that shadow flash just now? That's the glitched ragdoll. It is, it's orbiting us from on high. It's probably a Homelander type. We've run into several different types of ragdoll zombies that turn glitched and go nuts. We've got the scintillating Simon, the pendulum Pamela. Let's see what kind of hate we can bring down upon ourselves here. What can men do against such reckless hate? It seems inconsistent these days, but they are technically vulnerable when they flip over fences like that. I hear somebody to the left, so unknown number on the other side of that tree line there. One coming out from behind, so we're falling back. Not interested in getting flanked right now. Holy shit, there was right inside that fucking tree. Remember, every tree is a hard corner. Do not trust the trees, for they will make your life miserable. Ooh, look at all that from the top left there. Good to know, good to know. Those are some people who we initially lured out of the building. They probably diverted all the way up there. No surprises there. We did get out and start shooting in that direction. Melee for a minute. The stench is getting unsustainable in this corner now. The new VHS tapes are pretty decent. Y'all may notice that we are level 3 in first aid, despite only ever taking 2 injuries. Both of them from getting scratched by bushes. So I got my back to a wall with no windows here. Most I gotta be concerned about the corner over there, bottom left. Coming right along on our axe skill, we're about a third of the way there now. 2,600 out of 7,500. Not bad. I'm already higher level axe than I've ever been before. The highest I've ever been was 6, I believe. We are now 8 on this character. One of the reasons I'm okay with doing a lot of melee right now is because we've dealt with a lot of the fast shamblers already. So a lot of the ones we're dealing with now are slower ones. Wide berth around that tree line. Now something I could do, I could make a hole in the fence right here. I could go get the sledgehammer, we could do that. In the meantime, we do have a knife, we can poke these guys. So we can deal with them quietly. Come on, let me kill this guy. Kill this guy, and then we make a hole in the fence right here. Alright, I'll need the sledgehammer for that. Lots of them stuck on doors inside here. Not too awful much we can do about that. Curious if the ones that we hear slapping right now are actually on the outside back here. Nah, they're on the inside, or at least that one is. Now that moodle that just popped up, for anybody if you're not familiar, that right there is one you want to avoid. It might not seem very threatening, unpleasantly hot. It might not seem threatening, and normally it's not, but every moment that that's on the screen, you're draining your water bottle faster, you're drinking more water, and you're getting tired faster. The second part of what I just said is not explained by the Moodle, so I went a very long time without understanding that that Moodle right there is the reason my character, is often the reason my character gets tired faster, and it never made sense to me why she got tired faster sometimes. So I am trying to spread the good word on that because that is a frustratingly opaque thing. One of the things we're currently doing to get around it is we've got lots of layers on. We've got a hoodie, we've got a leather jacket, we've got a long sleeve t-shirt. Normally we'd be getting hot pretty quick, even in the winter. However, as you can see from my temperature here, we go to the insulation tab, a lot of the chest and head are light blue. Chest and head is where you vent most of your body heat from. And the reason for that is, if you look at my leather jacket here. Where are you at? There you are. Leather jacket. Oh, look at that. We've got holes in the upper and lower torso and the neck. With the hoodie, look at this. We got holes in the upper and lower torso. Holes mean no insulation. Long sleeves t-shirt. Holes in the upper and lower torso. So we've got these layers on to give us protection to the arms, basically, without insulating our chest, because the chest, we can get to 100% insulation just by wearing this coat of plates body armor, which comes with no insulation. That might be an oversight. I hope it's not. It's like we only got this guy back here. I'm going to deal with him later. Alright. Now the gear that loadout that we're using right now with the holes in the chest and whatnot, eventually we won't need to have clothing items with holes in the chest. Eventually we'll be able to get away with just wearing regular, you know, fully intact clothing. But that's going to be as the temperature gets colder. This is basically a summer kit that we're wearing right now. So I'm just going to sweep through on the lower floor here and see what we've got. We were in here once already, but that was before we brought the third floor into existence. Alright, not looking too bad. Basically, this whole wall here is all windows, isn't it? Oh, no. It looked like windows. It looked like just frosted glass, but no, it's just light blue. Kind of hard to tell the difference. It's a very subtle difference there. Now, of course, I could shoot them when they're on the other side of the fence like that, but that would bring a lot more of them up to the fence. Possibly more than I can handle with just my handguns right now, so. Never tried actually going over a hole in the fence that the zombies created like they did here. I'm curious to see if I have to hit E to jump. Oh, okay. Apparently she's got to do that. That just erased a whole bunch of stamina from me. So that's not good. I didn't want to do that. But good to know, I guess. I guess the zombies can flip through that, but I can't. Maybe I was too close to that side. I'm not used to dealing with those kind of bent fences. It's my first time ever seeing that with a chain link. I vividly remember there being more back here last night. What happened to them? Let's see if we can bring anybody who's here out of the woodwork. Nosing up to this gal here and plonk her in the head. You know, we had a drivable path there for a second, and then now we don't. Interesting. Looks like a lot more of them over here on this side. Now, despite the mask, we are now in stage 2 stink, so it won't be long before we start getting queasy. Sitting pretty at 36 rounds of 357. We're having you look at the racetrack, getting a car spawn. Yes, we got two of the race cars. They're actually both here with us in Louisville. We got the LBMW, the blue one, and we got the Spiffo Mobile, the red one. On our previous character, linked in the description, Nora the Explora, we did not get a single race car on the entire map to spawn. There's only about 24 chances, I think, in total on the entire map. So it is very possible that you'll just have a character who doesn't get any race cars ever. And that's a tragic thing, but it is what it is. I mean, what can you expect? If you're not guaranteed to get the event where the race cars actually spawn, then, well, that sucks, doesn't it? That really sucks. I forgot how many hours we put into Nora, but I'm pretty sure it was into the 600s. This character right here is up to like, oh, we can tally it. We can tally it. I'm curious, because I think we were at 418. I don't know if y'all saw that. There was another spooky ragdoll there. We were at 418, I think, was the last I checked. But you can usually find out in the first dozen or so hours. If you steal a good vehicle and if you find a sledgehammer, it's much easier. Because with a sledgehammer, you can break your way into the racetrack from the side. And you can deal with, or you don't have to deal with the big crowds of zombies that way. But yeah, let me pause it real quick. I will show everybody, because this is relevant. It's a very important part of this game, is to have a race car. If you can find one, it is the best towing vehicle, as silly as that sounds. B42map.com, lovely website. And if you go to overlays and then objects, that will show you vehicle spawns and their category. So we zoom in here on the Irvington racetrack on the far left side of the map. You'll see that there are race car spawns. And if one of them is empty, don't panic. There are still chances of others being filled, even if some of them are empty. In our case, we found, I think, them both in the middle here, while all the rest were empty, and there were a couple of burned wrecks, actually. So that's where the vast majority of them show up, is right there on the racetrack. And how we got in there initially is it was right across the street from this T intersection. We just took the sledgehammer and broke through here. So we found a sledgehammer within the first couple of weeks and broke our way in from the side. There is another chance for race cars to spawn, but you only get 3 shots, so this is almost not even worth looking at. By comparison, all the way on this side of the map in Valley Station, you've got the drag strip here, and the drag strip has a grand total of 3 shots. And if none of them spawn here, if none of them spawn on either side, you're fucked. There's no other race car spawns anywhere on the map that I'm aware of. Regrettable, but that is the game we're playing at the moment. Yeah, it's not just their top speed. They do have an amazing top speed. Actually, I could show you. Now that we're out of heavy combat here, we didn't even need to break out the heavy rifles today. Now that we're out of heavy combat, we can actually return to scouting. I would like to scout out the apartment building to the north. So this right here is Spiffos, number 58. Whoa! Y'all saw that now, I'm sure you did. The glitched ragdoll zombie is following us, it seems. It's definitely a Homelander one, because it's zipping through the sky, only visible for a few frames at a second. So yeah, here's the race car 58 here. It's fantastic. It's also extremely dangerous. If you go very fast with it and you don't know your braking capabilities, you can cause a fatal injury very easily. Speaking of fatal injuries, if we run into that glitched ragdoll, that'll crash the game. Alright. So this is the race, the fastest you can go in the game is 120 miles an hour. There's no going any faster than that. If you've cleared the highways, as in like you've been up and down the highways with other vehicles, you've made sure that they are not loaded with zombies, or there's no special collisions like these just blocking you randomly. Then the highways like 31 West, for example, you got plenty of room, very long stretch. You can go top speed. As long as you know the highway very well, you know where the turns are and whatnot. So because it is such a good towing vehicle, we don't even need to tow backwards. We can actually tow forwards just about any vehicle in the game. And yes, you can use these wrecked vehicles as battering rams if you want to. Of course, if you're going to do that, get ready for a lot of self-collisions and damaging your own vehicle. I'd prefer not to do that. Also, any amount of fun you're going to have with towing is going to get nerfed in the future. Someday it's going to require a heavy chain and hook to tow. I have no idea when that update is coming, but it'll be here someday. Alright. Now, we don't want to get too close to most of these buildings because the moment you get close to them is when the zombies inside will first spawn in. That's kind of how Louisville buildings work. If you keep your distance from them, then the zombies inside the buildings won't spawn in, and you can deal with the zombies outside first. Like, for example, if I were to go, like, down this road between these two buildings, there's a very high chance that one of the two buildings I'll get close enough to spawn in the interiors, and I'd rather not if I can avoid it for now. I'm trying to stay focused primarily on the hospital. I do kind of want to steal this ambulance here. Yeah, I'm going to steal this ambulance. I think I can get close enough to grab that. I'm willing to bet that this thing is another one with a 100 engine quality. For some reason, the wrecks always have really good engine qualities. It's another thing that's going to get nerfed someday. I can feel it in my bones. We're not allowed to have good engines, ever. I mean, even this race car. Race cars are some of the most well-cared-for vehicles on the planet. And this one has an engine quality of 81 out of 100. Engine quality is innate, by the way. It's not condition. Condition you can repair. Quality is separate. It is innate. It doesn't go down or up regardless of how good condition the vehicle is in. And if you want the chances for the vehicle to fail to start, subtract engine quality from 100. So this one has a 19% chance to fail to start. Despite being, like I said, race car is one of the most cared for things on the planet. And it doesn't matter in Project Zomboid. I'm just going to put this one right up here next. The fuck? We do not accept guests here. Thank you very much. Get away from my base. Disgusting lady. I have no idea where she might have come from, but it wasn't through from the hospital side. If it was, this gate would be broken. Or I would have been an idiot and left it open. But yeah, we recently found another. This one's a 100 quality engine right here too, and it's slated to be repaired. So now we have two of them. I'll just bring the ambulance up there and leave it next to it. No other vehicle in the game can do this, by the way. Just to pick up an ambulance and start towing it backwards like this, or rather, with this one going forwards. This is the only vehicle in the game that can do that. Not even a Corvette. Corvettes are pretty tough, but even they have their limits when it comes to towing. Is spawning disabled in your world? So if you look in the description, we talk about the settings that we play with. A short version is we play all default settings and default apocalypse settings. So as of 42.15, I think it was, as of 42.15, the default settings for apocalypse means that respawns are now disabled. So yes, that is the short answer. We didn't go out of our way to disable it. We're just playing the default settings that the devs give to us. And that is now a default, is zombie spawning is off. Respawning is off, rather. Initial spawns are the same as they've always been. So we're still in a bit of a scouting mode here. I would like to do a loop around and see what these apartment buildings have to offer us in terms of Z count. Some of them are loaded and some of them don't seem to have anybody in them. I say apartment, but these are really townhouses. Just a couple there. That guy right there in the front. These ones are pretty much intact. Minus that dude. But I'm also trying to keep my distance from this building because that's one of the big ones. We don't want to get anywhere near one of the big ones right now. Okay, so when it comes to body parts for the car body, there are three categories. There's heavy duty, standard, and sport. The race cars use sport car parts. So if you can put, like for example, if you go out there and find a Corvette, or you find a Marcia Lang or something like that, you can peel the parts off of that and use them to repair your race car. I don't see any examples right here. Everything in front of us is heavy duty or standard. This entire parking lot up here is standard. This one down here is heavy duty. Okay, so we're passing an American Tire. Is this one of the pawn shops right here? You store it. No, this is a storage unit. And I think that's a high school right there, Bluegrass State High School. I'm actually not upset if we spawn in the interior of the high school there. Welcome to Louisville, by the way. We are now definitively in the interior of Louisville here. That up there is the fossil oil fields. I've never been in there before. Driven around it, driven past it many times, but never, I mean, there's never been any loot that I've considered to be useful in a, whatchamacallit, in a baseball field, so we usually don't bother with that. Took a quick peek at the map here. I'm just going to do a loop around here and come back to Daniel Boone and then back to Doff Cap, which should be cleared territory. We should have cleared everything around the train station here. A bit questionable about the intersection of Daniel Boone and Doff Cap, but that's kind of the goal right now, is I just want to loop around and scout out the local area. See where all the biggest groups are that are not inside buildings. Got the parking lot for the baseball field here. Yeah, no sports cars of any sort up there. Really pretty townhouses up there. I like those ones with the porches. Central Louisville Community Center there. I predict there to be a lot of zombies in that. Was I supposed to turn right there? Oh, I know where that is. Okay, cool. Yeah, going all the way up to Daniel Boone, that's going to take us next to some pretty big buildings. That's the cathedral coming up on the left. Very pretty building. Very full of zombies, most likely. Never been all the way inside. Fucking thing, it ran right into me. So, I saw that happen in real life a couple days ago. I saw a bird just fly right into a guy's wheel while he was driving at like 30 miles an hour. There was literally nothing anybody could do. It was just the bird just flew right into a tire, or the spokes of the hubcap of a spinning tire. So this right here, Top Crown Plaza. This is one of the tallest buildings in the game right here. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I mostly just talk to myself like a madman, but always happy to answer questions if anybody comes up with them. That was, okay, I made a bit of a mistake there. I just spawned in the interior of Top Crown Plaza. That was a bit of a mistake, but this road is too tight. There's nothing I can do. If I want to get through here, I've got to spawn in a little bit of them. We've actually arrived in territory that I recognize now. This is Main Street right here. I've done the journey down Main Street on one of my other characters before. This is a big place here. So we've got the legal firm, then we got Knox Bank. There is a massive apartment complex right here with a Gigamart attached to it. Captain Insignia Law Services. Oh, we're coming up on one of my favorite buildings. Reed office building. Please don't be looted and trashed this time. I would be very... Ooh, look at that. It's not looted and trashed this time. Last time I went to Reed office building here on the left side of the screen. That was very looted and trashed. All the windows busted out and everything. Now, of course, at the end of the day, if I was going to build a field base in there, which I might do sometime in the future, I would still do a lot of work interior. So the fact that it's not looted and trashed doesn't mean much right now. Yeah, I put about 600 hours into RimWorld. It's fun, but it's not a kind of game I would ever stream. It's I play RimWorld like The Sims. It might as well be SimWorld the way I play it. So you may have noticed there's a really tall building right there that disappears as we get a little closer to it. That's a problem that happens a lot in Louisville. Prevents you from going down Main Street too quickly. So I'm switching to the other side of the street because I'd prefer not to spawn in this apartment building here. It is one of the bigger ones that you'll have to deal with on Main Street. So even though all the zombies are on this side of the street, I'd rather stay on this side for now. Alright. And then we come up on what I formerly referred to as Fighting Position Zulu, which was the parking lot between these buildings here. I cannot exploit that the way I used to without even more work. The devs have nerfed using cars as blockades for zombie movement. You can still do it, but you have to pull the tires off first. Yeah. RimWorld is one of those games where you can have all sorts of different playstyles, up to and including setting up breeding facilities so that you can sell children's organs for extra money. Not that I would personally choose to play it that way, but as I always say about games that let you do very wacky things, the freedom to do so makes the choice not to more meaningful. Because if you play a game like this one's going to be someday, this one just won't even have kids in it, for example. So there won't be any selling children's organs on the black market because children just don't exist. I was thinking about checking this animal trailer, but I'm sitting here, I'm listening for animal noises, and I'm not hearing any, so there's no animals in it. If there were animals in it, we would have heard them by now. They would be making noises. Animals get very noisy when zombies are around. But now, once we go down this road, we connect to somewhat cleared territory over here. I say somewhat because even though we've done a good number on this parking lot up here and this area down here, we could still cause lots of zombies to appear out of nowhere down here if we start making a lot of noise. So that was the journey down First Street there. We got our first peek of what First Street looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and head down train access, and then we'll use our little shortcut through the train station area to get back to our field base. We're not done with the hospital, not by a long shot. I just wanted to see what the neighborhood in the area looked like. Fucking rats, god damn it. Yes, that damaged our vehicle. I'm mad about it. my privileges being X level 8, I can still one-shot a lot of zombies even though I'm at fatigue level 1 here. That's a gamble, though. I don't recommend relying on that. Your chance to not one-shot them increases exponentially as you get closer to fatigue level 2. Now, at some point, I will want to actually make a way through the rail yard more easily than what we have right here. I do not currently have a sledgehammer on me. If I did, I would definitely break some of those fences there. I want to say that this one's going to have some good parts on it. Possibly even a good engine. Engine quality 100. Now, that being said, I don't really care. Engine quality 100 on a regular van is not that impressive to me. Got the key to it right here. What's really impressive to me right now is some good condition parts. So without the ability to sledgehammer our way through the fence all the way up there, we're just going to go all the way around down the bottom here. You see that we've not actually made it to third gear yet. That is because we're towing one of the most annoying types of vehicles to tow. The Franklin Value Line, rather. Franklin Value Line. It is an irritating vehicle to tow. Even the race car will struggle to make it to third gear. Heavy, boys. Super heavy. I didn't need to go around this way, but it's too late now. Don't normally recommend doing this, but it works. Just keeps it slightly out of the way there. If you push a vehicle while you're connected to it, you can actually push it pretty easily. Alright, so what we've done there is we've brought home several vehicles that we can disassemble for parts. This one here we can disassemble for standard parts to fix up the trailer there, and this one we can disassemble for heavy duty parts. We can work on either of these ones up here. I'm going to put my armor away in the fire truck here. Yeah, the junkyards have a random chance, it seems, to give you a really good vehicle. Like, the vast majority of what you find in junkyards these days will have, like, an engine quality of, like, 5. But nowadays, there is, like, a very low chance of a very good engine vehicle showing up. Finish off our last salad there. And we are going to be making some more salads overnight before we get started messing with vehicles. Actually, we probably have enough time to do it now. Yeah, we have enough time to do it now. Use up the rest of these cooked eggs first. What do I think about the big lake house that has the blacksmithing area and the farm built in it? Well, I've never been there, for one. So that already is a bit of a commentary on it. When it comes to blacksmithing infrastructure, proximity to useful resources is very important to me. Now, with enough effort, you can move the useful resources anywhere you want, so that doesn't have to stop you. It's really just going to be a question of how much is it going to slow you down, right? And it doesn't have to slow you down too much, but that's just a factor that I'm usually thinking about. So each of these salads are up to 6 ingredients, with a minimum of duplicates used. Well, not a minimum, but we did pretty good for ourselves. I'll just herb these up with just 1 herb each. Oregano, oregano, oregano. How about cilantro? And then I'll put away all but this one here. Have that as my overnight food. And we are ready for bed. Right, Zacto brings up an important thing. If you've got a semi-truck and with a trailer mod, then you can probably move thousands of encumbrance at once, which should be in the base game, in my humble opinion. This is Kentucky. There's going to be semi-trucks everywhere, realistically speaking. But we might see that someday. There's no reason not to hope. Someday we might, because remember, they've got Filibuster Rhymes, a guy who did many good vehicle mods, very popular ones. He's on the devs team now. Like, he's an official member of the Indie Stone now. It has been reported that we won't be seeing much of his contributions yet. Perhaps we'll start seeing his contributions in B43. But I do suspect that they've got, a dedicated vehicle modder on staff now. So yeah, we'll have some good vehicles someday. I just hope that that includes a semi-truck, because the game just feels incomplete without it. Maybe I'll put that over here-ish. Yeah, that feels better. So, all of my vehicle tools, which I usually carry around all the time, I haven't been carrying them around lately because I've been really paying close attention to my encumbrance levels. So they're actually in heavy combat here. This baseball bat with a rail spike in it is now officially worn, and I don't have any backups, so I'm gonna go ahead and fix it with wood glue here, because I don't use wood glue for too many other things. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. We got a solid. It's back up to about 2/3 now, so I'll put that back in the truck. We'll re-equip it for tomorrow. Otherwise, we've got our vehicular tools now. Ah, a big gas tank, 100% integrity. It's a beautiful. Already happy to see that. It's got a battery that's in great condition, but it needs a charge. Let's just go ahead and put that on the charger. Should have a charger in our car here. Or that must be the other car. Who's got a charger these days? Of course, the heavy combat does. I'm going to put the charger around this corner so I don't hear it as often. It makes an annoying noise. But while it's around the corner, we don't have to hear it as often. Man, everything on this is regular. I'm not mad about it, but that means I don't want it on the ambulance up there. We're going to put all these parts on the fire truck. Oh, look at all that. That's a lot of stuff. Way more than I can fit in the, Huh, okay. Yeah, some of that is really useful. Let's put the not as useful stuff in the glove. Rest of it I'll dump on the floor here. There's even a club hammer in there. I actually kind of want that. I don't have a lot of spare room right now, so let's just take that. Trunk lid is not something we'll easily find in the local area because a lot of heavy-duty vehicles don't actually have trunk lids. They have rear doors instead. So that's something I'll probably just fix with welding. Alright, 5 a.m., that's our second bedtime. We'll go ahead and hit the sack. Alrighty. Is that fog today? No. No, I saw a little desaturation. I thought that might be fog. I think we're good for weather. I'm going to go ahead and finish working on this truck. I don't know what it is. I feel like the weather could be better. Also, we've had several days in a row of heavy combat, so it's okay to take one day off at least. Let's go ahead and grab a few steel sheets and get some welding repairs done. Got ourselves a welding torch right here. Should have some steel sheets somewhere. If we don't, we'll go get some very easily. That's up to 84%, so it still needs a minute or two to cook. Yeah, we don't actually have any steel sheets aside from... Literally, we don't have any steel sheets. So let's go and, let's go get some, easily. Quickly put away my vehicular tools here. How do you easily get a bunch of steel sheets and other welding equipment? You just go and rip apart a wrecked car. We have several wrecked cars in the area. What I'm going to do is bring them back here and rip them apart here. See, there's various things I could do. I could go rip it apart out in the field here. But then I'd have to pick up all the stuff that I want and then bring it all back, and that's a lot of inventory transfers when I could just, if I just hook it up to my race car, my super towing vehicle, which can even tow a wrecked vehicle at regular speed. If you're talking about my character right here, this right here, this is the protection screen. So the reason it says neck is bad, that's because we don't have our bone choker equipped right now. We also don't have any jackets with leather strips on the neck because that would make us a little too hot. So for insulation purposes and for discomfort purposes, we're not currently wearing anything that would protect our neck, which is why it's the only thing that's red. But you would notice that the moment I put on my heavy armor, the neck and everything else would turn bright green. But the protection screen is separate from the health screen. Now we do lose health for being over encumbered as we currently are, and that's perfectly fine because it stops at 75% and does not go any further. Probably done. And 96% is good enough for me. Alright, so now in order to weld apart that vehicle, we just need another torch and a welding mask, which we got right here. Now once you weld it apart, everything on it disappears. So we don't have a chance to get access to the trunk. Look at that. One of the tires happens to be in perfect condition. Doesn't happen very often, but I'll take it because I could, the trailer over there uses standard. All those parts would disappear if we took them off, so put that there. Put that there. Alright, since I can't get... Oh, there's gasoline in it. Because there's gasoline in it, we can siphon that out so it doesn't get deleted. I mean, we've got a gas station right in front of us. Do we really need it? No. It's the principle of the thing. I like to imagine that in the future, when gasoline spoilage is added to the game, which the devs have confirmed is happening, I like to imagine that old sludge gasoline that's no longer usable for driving is still usable for explosives crafting. That would be nice. So what do we get from that? 1 steel sheet and 1 small steel sheet. A couple of engine parts. We'll need a lot more steel sheets than that. Got another regular small steel sheet here. We can use those 2 smalls to repair the trunk lid. And then we'll use the actual steel sheet for the trunk itself. That'll do us for the immediate term here. Now that we got the trunk fixed up, it actually doesn't look ugly anymore, which is a nice milestone. Yeah, I know. Gas spoilage, I'm not a big a fan of the concept. This game's got enough tedious bullshit going for it. The thing I'm most annoyed about is that they're going to add it long before they add alternative means of transportation. We'll have gas spoilage long before we have horses, long before we have horse-drawn carriages, long before we have, you know, like steam-powered, whatchamacallit. Just, they're not going to give us alternatives. They're just going to take away gas, and they're going to be like, sucks for you. It's a beta. It's not finished. Just deal with it. And suddenly even fewer people are going to want to play the beta, and they're going to Pikachu face at that. There's an answer to that. It's don't put the bullshit in until you've put the countermeasures to the bullshit in. That's the real answer to that, but devs of this game are still working on that. They're doing better. They really are. There used to be a lot more bullshit than there is now. So we still need to do the undercarriage, but that's fine. We'll come back to this later. Just put those engine parts we picked up. Alright, food for the day coming right up. It's currently 11, so we'll need, well, let's just take both of these and see how long we get with them. Top up the water. And off we go. Go ahead and open another box at 357. It's my preferred medium range handgun caliber at the moment. So while we're out, there's going to be a few opportunities to pick up steel sheets. We're going to want to take those when we see them. I'm just going to go ahead and open up strong here with a, we're going to go right inside and just honk the horn once. And that's it. We're just going to go inside, honk the horn, and then back out, and then observe the exterior. Okay, that was twice, but, you know, it's alright. If there's anybody left on the third floor who's foot mobile and can hear things, they're now moseying in that direction. And then we're going to observe the exterior to see if that horn honkadonk brought anybody. So homie in the chat who was talking about my my neck, observe what happens to the color here, the protection level, when I put this bone choker on. Abuski, bright green. Same with the chest. We put the coda plates on, straight to 100. Leather gloves with fingerless metal. And respirator in our backpack for when the stink gets too bad. One of the reasons that I keep my protection window open all the time is to keep eyes on, help remind myself whether I'm wearing the armor or not. Sometimes I can forget. Got the Homelander Zed zipping around the screen like there's no tomorrow. So nobody from this side. That's great to see. That's very great to see. I like to see that a lot. Are we up to 20K yet? 19,551. So we killed a lot of zombies today, not quite 1,000 yet. That's okay. Kills are just a number. Sometimes an important number if you're trying to figure out exactly how many zombies are likely to be in a building and compare that to how many you've killed. I predict anywhere between 2,000 and 2,500 for the total building count. Problem is I have no idea exactly how many of those we've killed. Just a janitor's closet back here. Down for some carbo bags. Alright, one last sweep of the lower level here, and then we'll go upstairs. Don't ask me why the corner doesn't seem to want to illuminate here. That's just the name of the game at the moment. Appreciate that, Zacto. It's been very, very slow over the past couple days because I have not. YouTube hasn't felt like recommending me to new audiences lately. Always appreciate my recurring cast, of course, but when it comes to playing YouTube correctly and actually getting exposure to new folks, I've been slacking off on that. I mean, there's only so many things I can do. The algorithm's going to do what it's going to do, and I can observe patterns. That's the best I can really do. Those patterns are not always good enough. I dislike this corner fuck right here. Okay, no way through, so that's good. Just 2 bathrooms back here. So no through traffic back here. Yeah, no through traffic back here. So that means flashbangs. That'll wake everybody up. Not that zombies are particularly reliant on all their senses. They'll still come at you even if they're blind and deaf. Mechanic's room back here. I'll take that steel sheet from the door, though. Stairs are on the corner here, subject of extreme caution. Clear the kitchen before I proceed. Alright, so by aiming at the top of the stairs, we don't see any red cursor. So that means this tile at the top of the stairs, I can be reasonably assured there's nobody on that particular tile. Alright, Godspeed, Zacto. Get your money's worth. And the moment I crest the top of the stairs, I hear mouth breathing off to the right, which means there's still plenty up here that we have not yet pulled. That's perfectly fine. What I would like to do to deal with them is actually make my own way through this place. Got ourselves a sledgehammer. No need to destroy the exit sign for no reason. Now that was 4 sledgehammerings. Without any long blunt skill, that is the most we ever want to do. I'm actually going to give it a moment for the muscle strain in my hands to go away. In the meantime, we picked up some steel sheets. Those can go in the trunk, along with that exit sign. Now, let's just say that I could sledgehammer as much as I wanted without any penalties. I would probably delete these 3 walls too, so that zombies would come down the stairs, and I would have just this nice wide killing field as they came down the stairs and started going outside in that direction. But I don't have the ability to infinitely sledgehammer, and that's okay for now. Just means I need to be considerate of what's going on here. I'm gonna have a bite to eat before we proceed. Now this right here, this situation that I'm in, if I had a sawed-off shotgun on me right now, this would be a not too bad spot to use it. The only problem is I would never want to get locked into, you know, just shooting a bunch of dudes with shotguns as they come around this corner. Wouldn't want to get locked into that because there's no guarantee that I don't get flanked from behind here. There is nothing I can do to assure all these different directions of ingress. I do not want to be locking in anywhere upstairs and getting noisy because any number of people that I'm not aware of right now could just start coming up behind me up the stairs here. So any amount of noise we make up here will be excessively temporary. You know what? Let's escalate things. I don't know how many floors this building actually has. But the moment I crest this stairwell here, we are about to find out if there's a significant presence on the 3rd floor. Sounds like there is. Let's get started. Alright. That should bring plenty of people outside. What I'm going to do as I wait for them really quick here, firefighter axe in my hands, I'm just going to cut this tree real quick. Fewer trees around this corner, the better. Perfectly okay with dealing with these guys with melee until we get one too many, and then straight over to guns as appropriate. See, we didn't make a sustained amount of noise, so it won't be a sustained delivery of Zeds until we start making more noise. Come on out. Don't know if y'all noticed the frame rate drops just now. They're subtle, but they're very present. No idea exactly what is causing that. Could just be the sheer number of zombies coming our way right now. I don't know, for some reason I feel like it might not be. This is a LEO zombie. She got a handgun in her pocket. Separate her from the group. Why, sure, I'll take another 9mm mag. Kathy Barron, thank you for your service weapon. I predict that we'll be getting sick any minute now, so I'm going to go ahead and put the respirator on. One coming from the bottom. Pleasantly surprised with the... It's not as many as I thought there would be. I mean, there's plenty, but yeah. That is not an entire floor of a Louisville building. Not even close. And yet the lag spikes make me feel like there's a lot more in there than I can see right now. Don't know what the accuracy level of that is.
Hey!
Interesting. Still got the Homelander's head zipping around there. It's literally nothing I can do. If he's going to appear in front of me momentarily, that's all it takes. Now, you can get rid of those by turning ragdolls off. However, if you turn ragdolls off, I recommend just immediately closing the game and then reopening it. Because there have been times where I've turned ragdolls off and then resumed playing, and then the game would crash. So I do expect that if there's going to be a glitch dude flying around the screen and you want to get rid of them completely, the broad brush ham-fisted fix would be to just turn ragdolls off completely and then restart the game. I can deal with one Homelander guy as long as I don't have to run over him. So we've got another staircase right here. This one is... I don't like this one for multiple reasons. The most pertinent reason being all that noise we just made could have tempted some to come down this staircase too. And I have no real gauge for that. I'm also grabbing some steel sheets. Is this a... There's no way through behind these garbage bins. Now let's just say that we really want to clear that staircase to my left there. We want to use the same tactics as the other one that enable us having a nice wide open fighting position from the outside to the end. I will use my crowbar to pick these up, get them just into pieces on the ground, and then we'd probably come around here and sledgehammer these two walls here. And that would give a nice way around for anybody coming down those stairs. Spill on outside where we can fight them. I could use the sledgehammer against the garbage bins, but that would be a lot of sledge. 7 steel sheets in total, that's pretty good. I do not currently have my... Oh, I do have a crowbar with me. I have learned my lesson. Last Shorts, how's it going? Currently preparing a assault on the 2nd floor of the hospital here. In order to do that, I need to have nice, clean entrances and exits. So we are actually going to turn this into an opening here. Always fight the zombies outside where you've got the advantage. You have a question. Shoot, fire away. Answering questions is what we do here. Sledgehammer for these 2 walls. 3 walls, actually, in front of the stairs. I like it. Right around the corner. 2 and 3. Alright, I now have a nice, clean way to fight anybody who comes down the stairs here. Okay, put your sledgehammer. Fall back just a little bit here. Position the truck for a getaway if we need to. I think we'll be fine, but just in case. Can we play? You can, sure, absolutely. I don't play with other people on survival crafting games ever. Not anymore, sir. Not anymore. I've played Ark for 2,000 hours. I know what multiplayer turns into. It turns into rotating security guards. I'll say this about multiplayer and... No, there's no please. I'll say this about multiplayer and survival crafting games. I recommend not doing it unless you know the physical location of everybody who plays it. And, you're within driving distance, so you can go punch them in the fucking face when they, start breaking your shit. That is my policy on multiplayer and survival crafting. Exam rooms. Not hearing any mouth breathing. You see, it's not like I would ever actually exercise that privilege. Most of my friends are great guys, and I trust them not to be dicks about things. But, that's because I've known them for almost a decade now. Most of them. Some of them for multiple decades. Anybody that I meet on the internet, I can't say the same. Now that's interesting. So we actually, if we were to sledgehammer through this wall right here, that's connecting both of those staircases with easy access, but I'm not too worried about that. I just want to go room by room on the 2nd floor for now. Yeah, even Minecraft can teach you that lesson well enough. Minecraft, there's all different ways of playing the game, of course, but I mean, like, you can look at just the different things that the devs have done already here in Project Zomboid, just here in B42 after they added multiplayer. people will turn off player damage so that they can't, players can't shoot each other. But then what happens when somebody joins your server and decides to fuck with you by setting fire to something next to your base? There is no countermeasure to that, so the devs went in there and turned off fire spreading. Basically, fire doesn't spread anymore. Hey, Richard, how's it going? We are doing pretty good today. Going floor by floor, room by room in the Louisville General Hospital. Very carefully. We've probably already emptied out the second and third floors. But I want to verify that's for the second floor first here. I feel like as we go in this direction, we have an increased chance of there being stragglers. Because now we're getting outside of gunshot range. We went up the stairs, fired the gun a few times, and then ran back downstairs. It's a patient room with the door intact. Nice. Very nice. Got a glitched ragdoll still hanging out there. I don't trust these rooms with all the doors intact. That is sending off my susometer. A lot of these rooms don't even have their own bathrooms. Must be a lower budget hospital. Maybe they only gave me the good rooms, but when I was at Inova, Loudoun, and Fairfax, every single one of them had their own bathrooms. I've seen some cheaper hospitals before as a visitor where they shared bathrooms with other units. So there'd be like a bathroom between these rooms here, and both people on both sides would have doors to the same bathroom. You'd have to remember to lock both sides whenever you go in there to use it. I'm pleasantly surprised at the lack of stragglers here. And we can make our own forceps. So certain things are much more valuable than others. I'm sure someday we'll be able to make our own alcohol wipes because the game seems to have the framework for alcohol production. And when I say framework, I mean like we can plant rye, barley, and sugar beets and hops. We just can't do anything special with them after harvesting them. Hops we can't even harvest yet, so... And I can gaze into the future and see the possibilities, but none of them are here yet. In the meantime, if you want alcohol, like medical grade alcohol, rather you steal it from a hospital or an ambulance somewhere, something like that. Otherwise, not happening. So with a few exceptions, we're feeling good about the second floor right now. And attribute my success at clearing this place out to the strategies of going to the top of the stairs and making a lot of noise and then falling back. Seems to have paid off quite well for me this time. Interesting how homie dropped into the chat and immediately asked if we're playing multiplayer. And then the moment I told him no, he vanished. No shade if you're still around, but there's been a number of people doing that. And I can't help but feel like every time that happens, I'm just like, oh, bullet dodged. When the first thing you do is ask if there's multiplayer, that tells me you're going stream to stream looking for somebody to join. There's fine motives for that. Maybe you're just looking to hang out. Or you're looking for somebody to fuck with. No idea. No idea. All I can say is we've eliminated that possibility with extreme prejudice. So this is where the ledges are that I was talking about before. Every time a zombie walks up to this ledge and stands here, we can technically shoot at them from the first floor. But it seems like the ones up here have had no problem jumping down. So that's a good thing. It looks like we got double staircase up to the second floor here. I'm sorry, up to the third floor, rather. So we'll look into that tomorrow. We're currently fatigued, so we are reasonably certain of our clearance of the first floor and the second floor now. Very good things, both of those. With a little bit more sledge work, we can make it so that we could drive right through the building here. All I've got to do is sledge 3 walls right here. Broccoli. Finding a good host has always been a problem for the people that I've played with in the past. Mentioned this a few times before, but some of the first multiplayer that I did on survival crafting was with another YouTuber. He was perfectly okay with people joining just to fuck with things. He had a large enough tribe on Ark that there were rotating security shifts to defend our tribe's assets, so that was good for him, I suppose. That's 3, and then 1 more is 4. So with this, we can actually just drive straight through this entire building now. There's always something I like to see, being able to drive through a large building. Even if we're not going to need to do that too much, that's a lot more useful for something like like the malls in the game that you want to clear out. You've been doing some multiplayer thus far, haven't you, Richard? So you'd be able to say whether how stable it is. It's I've seen mixed results. I've had some people say it's pretty tolerable. I was watching another live streamer on YouTube. I don't remember the channel name. I haven't actually been able to find his channel again. I took a look on a couple of occasions and I actually couldn't find him. But there is another guy who does some YouTubing on multiplayer. I don't know if it's an open server, but I do recall seeing like half a dozen people on there with him. Nice. Very nice. Alright, off goes the armor. Oh, sweet. Very nice. course, the last few updates, I feel like they've been pretty good for saves being able to survive it. Both single player and, I guess, now multiplayer. I have not heard of any people complaining about it. Which makes me terrified that they're going to eventually give up on that and be like, alright, this is the one where we're going to break everybody. Let's put medical stuff on its own shelf somewhere, maybe. I have room? Not really. Into this corner, then. Oh, well, this corner is now full. Lifestyles mod is something that a lot of people have said good things about. It's a shame that it is very, or so deeply integrated that it's causing problems. Because it sounds really fun. Definitely based on what I've heard about it. Definitely sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like it's bringing this game a little closer to its roots of being the best Sims 1 or the best Sims 2 mod ever created. Get this thing's chassis fixed up first. That emptied out that torch. We've already got a replacement tire and suspension on standby there. Yeah, that would be one of the hardest things for me to let go of, is not being able to pause or fast forward. I'm sure it can be adjusted to eventually, but the growing pains of that would be quite painful. The suspensions over here are performance. That is fantastic. Beautiful. We just brought that trailer from like 20% to 100%. Didn't even need all the parts on the car. They look magnificent. At some point, we'll get the dumpster put back down somewhere out here. Until then, I can put the heavy trash on the floor here, next to the Zombo dude. That was a 1911 in the glove. Nice. Now we are ready for bed here. It's actually a 1911 with all of the parts that I like too. Tritium pistol sights and a laser sight. There would be nothing stopping us from starting to use that. Regrettably, I do not feel like doing a lot of 1911. The magazine size is tiny. Maybe when I get to reloading 10, I'll feel like doing it more. For now, can leave it here. Right, so we got another torch and a bunch of steel sheets. I'm gonna go fix up the anything else up here that needs to be fixed up. Tell you what, I'm actually gonna split 2 of those steel sheets, I think. Even though we have plenty of steel sheets, if I blow them all, then they'll all be gone. I need a welding mask in order to split the sheets. We actually have a spare mask over here. By splitting the sheets and using 2 smalls instead of a full large, we are, yeah, look at that. That got it to like 97%. For most of these repairs, we can use small steel sheets instead of large ones. If I wanted to do that, I would need some actual lights. Now, something I've noticed about these light bulbs, condition doesn't matter for your when you're putting them into things like floodlights. So if I wanted to have the light bulb out of this one, and I wanted to put the light bulb into the tail lights here, but then the one that's only 75 integrity, if I put that back into the floodlights, nothing changes. The floodlights will still just randomly burn out. It doesn't matter what the percentage is. The percentage doesn't actually change. That only changes if you bump into things with a vehicle. So if you've got low integrity headlights from vehicles, you can stick them into your floodlights and nothing changes really. It's just a random chance over time for your lights to burn out. Nothing to do with the integrity level, actually. Oh, look at that. We can't get into it because it's locked. Whatever shall I do? Do that. Engine quality, of course, is 100. Nothing surprising about that. Brad FX, how's it going? We are doing pretty good today. Spending the overnight hour getting some vehicular repairs done. But that overnight hour is now concluded, so we are having a bite to eat and then hitting the sack, and then we got see what the weather looks like tomorrow before we make any decisions. Yep. Appreciate everybody stopping by. YouTube seems to have decided to recommend me a little bit today. Just a little bit. I mean, it's the algorithm is a whimsical thing. I'm willing to bet that a good 60% of my audience right now is coming to me thanks to recommendations through YouTube, related videos, homepage, that kind of thing. It doesn't happen very often that I get a substantial amount to that these days. Alright, second sleep is a go. We're pretty close to aiming level 9. That's a good question. I do have a video that I've been working on, 1,000 sub special. It's just a tour of my battle station here and how I put it together, what all goes into it. It's not just because I'm waiting for 1,000 subs. It's not finished yet. There's a lot of work left to do on it. How often do I stream? So the schedule is supposed to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, starting at 8 a.m. EST. Midweek streams are possible, like today. Today is not like a planned stream. I have been doing a lot of Wednesdays lately, but it's not a guaranteed thing. I'm in a bit of a flux situation where my day job wants me to work on site on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, right? So officially, those days shouldn't be days that I stream. But that being said, nobody actually wants to work on site. That's a lot of it. I did the math on it. It cost me $15 worth of gas and parking just to show up and work on site. I much prefer, everybody would prefer to work remote. So whenever we can get away with it, we try to. So we got fog today. What that means is I'm not going out there and shooting anybody right now. We're going to work on the ambulance for a little bit until hopefully the fog will ease up. This gives us an opportunity to fast forward a bit. Looks like the gas tank in this thing is regular. You know what, that's fine. I'm not mad about it. I'll just pull it out, repair it, put it back in. Maybe I'll hold off on that. I'll pull it out, but I won't repair it just yet. Because we're going to need to go grab a couple of other vehicles just for the, whatchamacallit, the undercarriage parts here. So we don't need to worry too much about the quantities. Yeah, honestly, that's it right there, right? Shiz again, I don't usually fight in the fog here. I'm gonna hope that the fog will go away at noon. If it doesn't, I might do some I might go do some careful fighting. But for now, we're just gonna do some ambulance work until the fog goes away. I don't know about you guys, but not being able to see what's coming at me from different directions like this in the middle of Louisville, it's not the best idea. Usually if the weather's going to be like this, you take the hints and don't go picking big fights. But don't worry, if you're here for the fighting zombies, there will be some. Absolutely. Absolutely. Junkyard 2.0. There's a driving force of people who... See, I'm a government contractor, so they want... I mean, all of the feds have had to go back to work for a while now on site, except those who could get a medical exemption. I'm not above seeking a medical exemption myself. I mean, if you want to put it this way, I have... what's the best way to phrase this? See, my day job, my shift technically starts at 5 a.m., right? And I'm currently the only person on my team between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. Like, there's this gap hour that I'm currently covering. And what that means, though, is that if I'm just 10 minutes late because of traffic, for example, that has an outsized impact for anyone else on my team, right? Anybody else on my team can be 10 minutes late, and that just means that for 10 minutes, somebody else on the team has to do a little bit of extra lifting, which is, you know, that's hardly a big deal at all. But when there's nobody else, I'm the only person on the deck for that 1 hour. That's where things get a little bit unfair, because that means I can't afford to be late ever. And that's a bit of a stressful thing right there, isn't it? That's a little bit of a stressful thing. I have absolutely felt the pressure when I actually have to go in to work on site. So is that like a full-fledged medical exemption? Maybe not, but that definitely means I've got some backbone if I have to put in a request for that. But for all we know, maybe the government will reverse its decision. This administration right now is very temperamental. Very temperamental. I mean, I like my job. I like it a lot. And being the only person on deck for, you know, the first hour there, it's usually no problem at all because it's very quiet. But when you introduce the stress of a commute in there, suddenly it becomes a situation of I can't just roll out of bed and log in. No, I've got to roll out of bed. I got to get ready. I got to make myself presentable. I got to get in the car. I got to drive. It is a 25-minute drive with no traffic. And in a perfect world, there won't be any traffic that early. I mean, even Route 66 here in Northern Virginia. 5 a.m., you're probably okay. But it's just not a gamble that is a very fair one, to say the least. But people are not all about what's fair these days. They're usually about what must be done, if that. Now that the tires are off of this thing, it may start nudging itself. Yeah, hard labor is... I miss it, I do. It's been a number of years since I did blue-collar work. I miss the simplicity behind it, like, you know, the last blue-collar job, true blue-collar job that I had, I was a baker at a grocery store. And, baker is a very loaded title. What I really was a guy who thawed things from the freezer. I had to thaw it at the right temperature, the right duration, but really I didn't actually create anything from scratch. The most I ever created from scratch was chocolate chip cookies. Almost everything else was just thawing at the right temperature and getting onto the shelves in a prompt amount of time. It's 11 a.m. If the fog doesn't start lifting now, then it could be... We could have all-day fog, which is not... That's not fun. I'm not a big fan of that. Laboring for a bricklayer. So do you actually install the bricks, or do you just carry them around, move them from place to place? Because I have been... Personally, I've always been curious about masonry in real life. How difficult it is to do by yourself. I've wanted to build my... build a few very small domiciles out of bricks at one point. I can never actually afford to buy my own land. But that would be a big question mark. Currently, I'm just saving up for a down payment on a regular house. That's difficult enough by itself. Alright, so this thing technically has got everything it needs now. Engine could still use some work. Let's pump the tires, and then this is where the real fast forwarding comes in. You can just stand here and pump tires for 10 minutes in the game. Pretty chill unless people who drive suck. Yeah, that can be. That's hit or miss. Sometimes I'll when I'm commuting, I'll sometimes see not a single bad driver on the road, which sounds miraculous in hindsight. But then all it takes is one asshole to screw that up for everybody. She lives. We brought her back to life, boys. Somebody call Evanescence. Cross my wires and bring me back to life. I need to park on the other side to reach the pump here. Yeah, I miss that. I miss that about my previous job. When I was at the bakery, I could get away with coming in like at midnight if I wanted to, as long as the only like time sensitive part was getting the donuts on the shelf by 7 a.m. I couldn't do that earlier because donuts they got a bit of a short shelf life. Once you make them fresh, they've got to go on the shelf at like the right time so that you don't have to worry about oh, I forgot, these stupid pumps are broken. Yeah, these pumps are broken. They work, but only if you put gas into cans. I cannot fuel a vehicle directly for some reason from these pumps. I don't know why. It's kind of stupid. So we got to do this. Oh, great. The fog starts lifting and now we got rain. That's all right. We can, at least with rain, we can still see around us. I'm not mad about that. Yeah, once I get this filled up, we'll go ahead and deploy. Gaming Wonder. That is that's like literally the opposite side of the map from where we're at right now. It's not the worst idea, but I mean, Louisville, where we're at right now, is this is right here. This is where we're at. The place you're talking about are all the way over here. That literally is the opposite side of the map. That would take about an hour, possibly more, in real life, just to get there. One does not simply do that. Leave my tools here. Torch. This M9 mag I don't exactly know what to do with yet. It's not full. Mostly full. And we've got a little bit of steel in our backpack yet. Some of that I'll leave next to the van up here. Because we'll need at least one steel sheet. Maybe some small ones depending on which doors need to be repaired. The rest of them we can put in the trailer. See, we did recently repair the trailer too. So these, basically these are both restored from wrecks to 100% now. Yeah, that's not the problem. That's not the problem. It's just getting the right parts to the right place. What I'm gonna do is park the fire rescue one we just restored. We'll park it right around here-ish. I do need to empty the garbage out of the trunk here. I put most of the broken parts into the trunk, so we'll leave it right there like that. Hook it back up and we're ready to peace out. In the meantime, all of the garbage that was inside the vehicle. Oops. It's part of my kit right there. Actually, I should be holding on to that. That is part of the fire truck kit. So we'll go and have a nice big salad. And grab another one of those for the rest of today. I hate it when I do that. Having two doors right next to each other. I should have just replaced that with a wall. That can stay as is. This is probably most of what's in the Plonky-mobile. Most of what's in the Plonky-mobile is actually for the next base that we're going to build. Wherever that ends up being, it doesn't really matter where. We'll build another one at some point as we continue to progress through Louisville here. But now we are gearing up. Heavy armor goes on. Mask into the backpack. And I see good shooting weather today. We're going to pull out the MSR-7T and the M16. And we don't have any backup water right now, so I'll go ahead and get some more drinking water before we peace out. I want to say the hospital is mostly cleaned out. If it's not, it'll make itself known. Now, shooting long distance in rain is probably not the best idea, but this is really light rain. Maybe we can get away with it. We're so close to the next level of aiming that I'd really like to be able to finish it off and get there finally. So for anybody joining, welcome. We're currently in Louisville, next to the General Hospital. As you can see from the bodies lining the streets here, we have very successfully pulled most of the zombies out of the hospital and into the road, where we've killed them with extreme prejudice. And now we are turning our eyes north, killing any stragglers that we come across. Let's get a good... Oh, that was a fine shot. We're good. As long as this rain doesn't get too heavy, we'll be good. Our weapons loadout is the MSR-7T with an 8x scope for long-distance shooting. If we get a lot of them coming at us at medium range, then we drop that, and we've got the M16 with a 4x scope. And if we have to, if we have to fall back from there, we fall back. We don't. If the M16 can't handle it, we fall back. I don't actually know exactly what this is up here. It looks to be just a walking sort of track. Still didn't die. Yeah. If anybody's curious, I have not had a character suffer a combat death since June 8th, 2025. So we are coming up on my 1-year anniversary. Knowing my luck, that means something terrible is going to happen sometime soon. But I think we're going to be alright. So we are now definitively past the hospital and starting to chip away at whoever is hanging out up here next to these townhouses. I would like to keep the bodies to one side of the street wherever possible, so that I at least have one side of the street that I can drive on. Yeah, and honestly, we're getting some pretty good shots despite the rain. In order to gauge how good of a shot we're getting, we usually want to pay attention to the tightness of the crosshair when it contracts like that. As long as it contracts to a certain, like that kind of a radius right there, that's pretty good. It could be better, but that's pretty good. Now we switch to the M16 when too many targets get too close to us. Especially if they're fast foot mobiles here, like these ones. What are we sitting at for ammo? We're at 142 rounds. What do we got? Yeah, alright, M16 for a minute. See another slow one coming out of the building. So what we're doing is, every time we have to switch to the M16, for now I'm just going to drop the MSR-7T. If I need to keep them both with me and displace, then we can do a little bit of shenanigans where we swap what's on the back slot. I feel like the rain is getting heavier. Just going by sound. Yeah, that's a pretty bad shot now. So I should have predicted the rain will be getting a little worse here. Yeah, that's okay. That's a pretty bad crosshair right there. Okay, I'm going to put the MSR-7T away. Now what we can do is, if we're getting bad long-distance shooting, we'll probably still get pretty decent short range. So how we can handle that, we put away the long-range weapon that's long-range exclusively. And then for our M16 here, we're going to take the 4x scope off of it. And I want to try a 2x scope instead. In this universe, you don't have to do any test firings after replacing the scope. I'm okay with that. There's enough TDM in this game already. Especially when it comes to firearms. By replacing the 4x scope with the 2x, we're clear for shorter range engagements, but we're going to get a much tighter aiming reticle like that. Sounds like there's a lot of people slapping doors somewhere. I'm okay with that. They're slapping doors and they're still intact. That means there's not enough of them to be breaking through the door, which means I'm not that worried about them. They'll get through when they get through. Okay, not bad for a small neighborhood. Do a little work to clean up this road here. This is why I prefer to shoot them somewhere where they won't be in the way. Leading them to the side of the road or waiting till they're on the side of the road. Because once they're in the road, this costs stamina and time. But at least we've got one lane open. Nice big wide open space up here. We're getting closer to First Street. Sorry, yeah, First Street right here. I've called it Main Street a few times in the past. That is, Main Street is all the way up here. We haven't even seen it yet. This is First. The intersection we looked at earlier was First and Liberty. First and Liberty, that actually takes you close to the, up here, this blue building, and then further up is the police department. We've cleared that before. Partially cleared it on Nora, fully cleared it on Annie. Their playlists are linked in the description. So if I were to discharge a firearm here, all those homies over there on the left would be coming our direction. That's okay, necessarily, as long as we know that we're not going to get 200 billion of them from another direction here. Oh, CNN is up there. And by CNN, I mean, new NNN. So it looks like that's a large building that's going to send a bunch our way. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I'll keep the truck running in case we need to bail out. Let me range test with this one here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Have a bite to eat before we get started.
Probably about close to being out. Yeah. That was entirely subconscious. That was not, I was not counting. I'm shooting from a little too far out, to be honest. Should be waiting a little longer till they're in the ideal range here. Deep breath. We are doing good. We're actually doing fantastic as far as Louisville is concerned. What are you? Oh, you're a survivor zombie. I'm gonna let her get a little closer to me. I want her corpse to be isolated from the others, so that I know where she's at when I come back to loot her. .26. This M16 is taking some condition damage. We're about 1,000 experience away from getting aiming level 9. I'm here for it. We won't get there today, but we're making good progress, depending on how the weather is tomorrow. If we've got an absolute deluge tomorrow, if this turns out to be like a tropical storm or some shit. That was a jam instead of a reload there. Hang on. What did we fuck up? Oh, shit. Basically what happened there is I mistook a jam for an empty magazine and reloaded twice actually, so we fucked up one of our magazines. But we got that sorted out now. These 4 are empty, they go in the satchel to be separated from this one, which is full. We'll reload that next time we're ready. Alright, I'm hitting X, nothing is happening. That means we're actually ready for a reload. It's, I'm actually kind of shocked that the devs haven't given us dry racks yet. Because, you could absolutely rack a weapon and have nothing happen. Which is what would happen if I hit X. And there was, nothing left in the magazine. I can't wait for that update. Guns will now dry rack when the magazine is empty, further confusing the player as to whether they're actually empty or not. Forcing the player to open their inventory again, because everybody really loves having to open their inventory to check and see if they're empty yet. It's now like one of the most popular mods for this game, is actually showing how much integrity and magazine capacity you have left in your guns. Somewhere on the screen, as opposed to just 1, 2 from this direction. Mask going on, we are at stage 1 queasy here. This is my last mag that I have on me. Got plenty of that 367. Honestly, not bad. Done pretty good here. Get a couple more of those M16 mags. We've still got plenty on standby. 6 left in here. Let's grab all 6. It's not like I want to completely empty my M16 magazine supply, but we've got a billion more boxes of 556. Don't be fooled by the rain stopping. If we do have a storm or a tropical storm or something, it'll continue. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put away the M16. We're going to switch to melee. And fall back a little bit. Yeah, see, there's the rain coming back. So by putting away the M16, we are now lightweight and easily able to run around, which is what I prefer to be if we're going to be meleeing. Here's the survivor zombie we killed earlier. Ha! She was wearing garbage bag clothes. Nice. Putting that stuff away in my trunk here. Yeah, I see you coming. Give me 1 second here. Damn it, I'm trying to put shit away, asshole. Almost there. There we go. To be honest, anybody who's a survivor zombie in Louisville, hats off to them. They actually survived long enough to gather some resources in this place. That already puts them way above the rest of the normal player base here. Lots of people don't last long in Louisville if they try to start here, which does require a mod. Or I think sandbox settings actually enable Louisville spawns. I've never tried. I remember they recently increased the amount of places you can spawn if you enable it in sandbox. So that was mostly just to get anybody's attention if they're on the other side of this tree line, like this guy coming through here. I'm sure there's plenty over there somewhere. We do have some pretty big buildings in that direction. I can't fight on this street corner long. They'll flank me if I do. You know, I could get ahead of that. Nope, nope, it's not him. Could be anybody over there on the right. You can hear those from up to 70 tiles away now. That was not necessary in my humble opinion. That's the game we're playing now. Way into there. For anybody joining, welcome. We are currently north of the Louisville Hospital. Making a little bit of progress towards First Street here. Very slow, gradual process, block by block. We're just about done for today. As soon as the fatigue pops up, we are bailing up out of here. Looks like we got a vehicular collision event down there to the bottom left corner of the screen. The NNN vans up here probably are full of decent parts. Otherwise, they are very heavy. Now, this building up here on the top right, or the top left corner of the screen, we do not want to get too close to that right now. When that building spawns in, there's going to be a metric lot of Zeds to deal with. I'm not eager to face that building. And there's the fatigue. Right as we get up here. Makes sense, unfortunately. At least we've surveyed the area. Now we can still one-shot them very often with this bat, rail spike bat. But I don't want to be doing that at fatigue stage 1. That's not a good idea. We're out of here. We have had a good day today. We'll have another good one tomorrow. Probably close to 20, yeah, 19 762 kills. We'll be 20k in no time. Kills are just a number, but good to keep track when you're working with places like this that have lots and lots and lots of Zed inside them. Heavy armor on the passenger seat, and back home we go. A little shortcut through the front of the pocket, front of the ambulance here. There'll be our base. We are a little bit early for bed here. I'm going to go ahead and give her a break really quick. I have to step away briefly IRL. When I get back, we'll catch our first sleep. We'll probably do some vehicle work overnight. Tomorrow morning, what we get up to tomorrow morning will depend entirely on the weather. Yesterday morning we had fog, so we spent most of the morning doing vehicle work until the fog cleared up. So we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, I will be right back, folks. Just a moment. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Gaming Wonder, I just let my character be hopeless. I'm not spending an hour making soups. Well, okay. So you can do that. That's definitely a decision. When your character is sad, your weapon switch speed is cut into a fraction of what it normally would be. And perhaps more important than that, the transfer speed for inventory things is also cut down to a fraction of what it normally would be. So you'll survive. It's going to be a lot harder, though. I don't recommend it. When it comes down to the wiring, you've got to switch or move something or switch weapons quickly. Being even slightly depressed is going to make that take twice as long. It looks like the rain is not showing any sign of easing up. That's no good. I'm gonna go grab a couple of vehicles with good parts so that we can put together the ambulance. Close something out over there. Okay. Let's see what this step van's got for us. Ugh. Garbage. Couple of good seats, though. Looks like it's an exterminator van. Respirators, one of them with good filters. Rest of the parts are mostly garbage. Maybe a little bit on there that's useful. I'd rate that 4 out of 10. I don't have much high hopes for these other ones. I mean, this other step van is visually damaged, but maybe it's still got some good tires or something. So it does. 2 good tires right there. Of course, I don't have my vehicle tools because I'm an idiot. But that's all performance parts, so this is actually worth bringing home. The weather sound effects in this game are not very well balanced, so I'm actually going to turn down the sound, and since the music has decided to die, we'll just play it ourselves. See how the ambulance has moved? That's happened because we took the wheels off of it. There's not much we can do about that. Oh, looks like this is a laundry vehicle. Bath towels, sheets. Probably enough sheet rope to make a stack. Or if we converted it all to sheet rope. Yeah, we could probably make a couple stacks of sheet rope just on this. I won't rule that out. Sheet rope is actually pretty useful for transporting large amounts of logs. Oh, hell yeah, we could make two. I'm here for that. Our... Tools are still not available to us. Let's go fix that. We'll also get a bite to eat really quick. Since our main rain barrel was actually a little low, I'll go ahead and fill it up using these buckets here. Buckets fill up a lot faster than the rain barrels themselves. So if you're feeling low on water in your rain barrels, leave some buckets next to the rain barrel, and then every time the buckets fill up, dump them into the rain barrel. And you'll end up with a rain barrel that's a lot more full every time it rains. Doesn't take too much time to do either. Just something to remember to do when you have a chance. It's looking like this weather is probably going to continue through tomorrow. And that's okay if it does. We'll just deal with it. Tools. Car tools. Engine quality is only 38. Stand by just a moment. I hate spam calls. I'm using my cell phone as a for the old over-the-shoulder camera, so I mean, anytime my freaking phone rings, I gotta actually lift up the camera in order to check it. Didn't close it all the way. We just want to take those good suspensions and brakes out now. Well, this is awkward. Vehicles without tires bumping around all the time is somewhat tiresome sometimes. Get it? Tiresome? Because there's no tires. I would say I'll be here all night, but we've only got a couple of days left before I'll have to peace out. I predict the weather shouldn't last for the whole... No, we'll have some good weather before I peace out. But I think we're just about done with this van. I don't care about the muffler or the gas tank or the rest of the damaged parts, but I will take the engine parts out of it. And we got 11. I'll leave those on the ground here. So now we just get rid of the step van here because we're done with it. I'm also going to pick up some of that garbage that's on the floor there that I don't need. I don't know if we'll have room in the trunk for all of this, but we'll see what we can get. Do I have a mod list? I don't actually have any mods right now, other than a couple of texture replacement mods that we made ourselves. Mod policy is linked in the description. I just basically keep mods as minimized as possible. Since B42 is really unstable, adding mods on top of it is going to make it really hard for your save to last. The past 2 updates have been pretty good to people, even with mods. That being said, I don't personally feel like modding is a very good idea if you want to go really long with your saves. That's kind of what we do here. We go as long as we can. So keeping the mods light helps us not run into as many problems with the saves getting broken. So we still needed full range of glass work. I'm going to steal the windshields off of this bad boy here. Also, the seats on this are pretty good too. Ooh, this is a survivor vehicle. There's a smoke bomb and a machete, duffel bag with some random stuff in it. Hell yeah. I was actually not expecting to run into one of these. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. Got a little more than I bargained for with this vehicle. I love it when people have tents but not sleeping bags. It's like they got halfway towards the camping life, but then gave up. Alright, that's all that's really interesting here. I mostly just wanted this van for the seats. Driver's seat there. Front right seat here. We're going to have to drop a few things to fit that. And that's it for now. I'll come back and get the brakes and suspension later, perhaps. We don't have any more room to carry stuff. We're also way overdue for our second bedtime. That's perfectly fine. I mean, we're not going to miss anything with this weather. In fact, the later we get to sleep, the more rain we sleep through. So I'm totally okay with that. Alright, so we still have some loot sorting to do. I'm just going to drop the duffel bag we picked up in the tent. Put my tools away, catch a sleep. Alrighty. Shout out to my homies who stuck around through even the boring shit here. Can't always be constantly wiping out zombies. Sometimes we've got to deal with bad weather. The rain might be done, but it might also just be stopping temporarily, which happens a lot with these fall storms. It is still definitively fall. It's October 15th currently in game. October 15th, 1994. What I'm going to do real quick is get rid of this sheet rope that I picked up, or sheets rather. We picked up a bunch of sheets from that laundry van. I'm going to twist it all into sheet rope. And then we had 12, so we can make a stack of it. So an entire stack of sheet rope. Yep, appreciate you guys. I don't even know if I'll need this tent, but I picked it up anyway because it was right in front of me. Tents are a easy way to catch a sleep out in the field. But you want to combine that with a good quality sleeping bag, which is not an easy thing to find. So we put that bundle of sheet rope right in here with the rest of the sheet rope and other ropes we found recently. And then I've got 2 perfect seats and some glass work that we can bring over to our ambulance here. Abuski, Abuski. And it's not going to be easy to put this stuff on here until we can get the stupid Her Homes van out of the way here. So I'll just leave them on the floor here. These M16 magazines are empty. We're putting empties in here, I think. We also found some loot recently here. And in fact, we have messed up enough with the M16 that we've got enough to make another between rounds that we had to rack and premature reloads. We've got enough to fill up another magazine now. Premature reloading happens to many men. We don't fault them for it. Sometimes you just get excited and you pop that magazine out a little too early. Happens to the best of us. Actually going to hold on to that BF magazine, the full one here, because that's actually not a bad thing to have. Spare police duffel right there. Got some canned food. We're currently putting canned food in the corner here with heavy form. 2 shots, reload. I know, right? I can't blame them. If all guns worked the way they do in Call of Duty, yeah, I mean, I would do exactly the same. I would shoot after. I'd reload every 2 or 3 shots. Why not? There's literally no reason not to in that universe. Picked up a small protective case here that has a bunch of blank keys. Now, here's an interesting thing. Every once in a while, you'll find a bunch of stuff that looks like it's meant for locksmithing-related activities. Oh, they just patched it so zombies can go over barricades again. Really? Hold on a second. They just patched it, as in, like... It wasn't a patch today, was there? 42.18. We're currently playing 42.18. The latest patch is 42.18, so it must be that they have to spawn in on the latest version, maybe. Otherwise, I'm not sure, because the concrete ones that I've spawned in so far, that we drive past every time we go back to West Point, those are all still obstacles, as it were. I don't know if you guys are noticing that, but every once in a while we're getting a frame drop. This has been known to happen to me in Louisville, and there's not a lot I can do about it. Usually what I do after a certain amount of time is I'll close and reopen the game if it continues to get worse. I think there's some sort of memory leak that has to do with lots of zombies being in buildings somewhere. And it seems to get worse over time, so if the frame drops that I'm talking about, if they get any worse, then we'll just close reopen. It's easy peasy. I do like having lots of spare respirator filters, especially when they're almost full. Back up to 78 liters in the main reservoir of water here. That is a good thing. I'm here for it. Give me one of them empty M16 mags. We can reload it now. Here we go. So we're still in need of at least 2 good perfect performance tires, brakes, and sus. I want to yank the door off of this thing and then leave it behind. But I want to take that first, and maybe that, and everything else can stay. The club hammer is something somewhat underrated. Those are things that I feel like I have plenty of, and then suddenly I don't. Give me that door off the back here. Can I even open the mechanics menu? I don't think I can. Oh, there we go. Rear door. It's at 88%. Oh, I don't know if I want it now. How about just the engine parts then? Normally I would not want to harvest engine parts from a vehicle that has an engine quality of 100, but this is a Franklin value line. There is no niche for those. I genuinely have no need for it. We've got better vehicles of every type. Alright, let's get rid of the old one and go pick up a little bit more parts, and then we can be done with upgrading the ambulance here. So a salad with 2 sweet potatoes, 2 helpings of venison, and 2 helpings of rabbit. That should be a 60 salad right there. Meat and potato salad, as it were. Yeah, that came out to be 60. That is fantastic. Season that up with cilantro and parsley, and we've got an entire day's worth of food, even though half of the day is already gone. Oh, and I was also supposed to get rid of the blue van. We're done with it. Let's hook that up and yank it out of here. You can also use it as a carrier to get rid of these busted parts. We don't have to carry it far, it's really unstable. Just drop it off up here. Just out of the way. I wish we could. If I could have a light bar on my Spiffo race car here, oh man, I would do it in a heartbeat. You know, orange light bars are street legal on any vehicle that you want to put them on. At least in the United States. I looked at traffic laws. Orange is, there's basically no real rules behind orange. Almost any vehicle can technically have them. And, yeah, you mostly see them on like construction vehicles or whatever. But that doesn't matter. I mean, that's just, they're largely unregulated because Orange does not have like a emergency services meaning. Oh, look at that. Amazing parts on this thing. Give me the whole thing. Beautiful. Hey, I mean, I've got a perfect engine ambulance right here. It would be irresponsible not to do something with it while we got the no shooty water falling from the sky. The lock is broken. If whoever says the lock is broken, just yank the door off and put it back on. Or in this case, I'm not going to put it back on because I actually want the door. And the gas tank in this is big, so we can take that off and repair it. Beautiful. Got a full set of performance everything. Now I'm going to dump the trash, and then... So we should have some steel sheets on the floor up here. The van parked itself on top of them because it was drifting. Come on. Put them there then. Alright, let's start with a regular steel sheet on the gas tank. Stick the gas tank in. Perfect gas tank. Now let's stick a steel sheet in the trunk. And now the trunk is beautiful. And we picked up some small steel sheets. That's for other repairs later. Yeah, I definitely like the mechanics side of this, especially. It's just a great change of pace when the no-shooty water is falling from the sky and making us combat ineffective with guns, so I prefer to do something useful. We definitely love our vehicles in the meantime. So we got 20 engine parts here. Multiply that by 3. That's how much we'll repair. Now they'll bring it from 15% up to 75%, which is fantastic. We'll even get some more after we pull the engine parts out of the van up there. In the meantime, we are ready for more tire. 100% performance everything on the undercarriage. Brakes, suspensions, and tires. Some glass work ready to get put on. Everything except for the left and right windows. Yeah, the heaters are just, you can't do anything about them. You just got to look at them and cry about the fact that it is forever going to be a low number if you fix up a wreck. I'm not the biggest fan of that, but it is what it is. Every time I look at this little 15% for the glove box and 19% for the heater, a tear appears in my eye, in the corner of my eye. Briefly rolls down my cheek, and then I move on, because that's all I can do. I see that the rain stopped, but I still don't trust it. What kind of muffler did this thing have? An old one. You know what? It's been a little while since I've used an old muffler. Why not?
Beautiful. That is 100% everything except for the engine, radio, glove box, light bar, and heater. Engine parts, we've got another shipment coming out of the van now. I don't expect much. Yeah, only 3, so that'll be like 10%. So the gas pumps here are still broken, and that's alright. We can still fill it up 20 liters at a time. Takes more attempts to get this right with the higher quality of an engine that it is, so it's actually perfectly okay if you take a bunch of attempts to get it to hot wire. It is feeling good. It does still need some more engine parts. We can actually go get those now that it's running, we can actually just load them up. My absolute kingdom for this gas pump to work properly. I still have no idea why it doesn't work. What? Oh, wrong. Haha. Accidentally filled it with garbage water here from the floor. Oopsies. Should be close to full. Yeah, we can do 2 more cans and that'll fill it mostly. And a little bit left over we can put up on the roof for the generator. Or, actually, the race car could use it. Light bar is functional, but it would not last long if we turned it on and left it on. That is, unfortunately, the truth of all vehicle wrecks. And repairing the light bar is possible. It's just one of the most tedious things in the game to repair. There is, you'll probably find a total of maybe a dozen spare light bars on the entire map, and most of the ones we found have already been allocated to other vehicles. I'll probably harvest engine parts from the standard here. And this one, as long as we get like 3 or 4 engine parts, we are good to go. We got 20. Holy shit! This will be enough to finish off this ambulance, and then we could probably, I don't remember if we got the other one to 100. One of these 2 vans was an exterminator vehicle. I do want the sacks from it. Yes, give me those sacks. I'll also take the corpses of the dead mice and rats and whatever. We can stick those into the compost bins back at base.
The quality, it's the quality. I had nothing to do with it. The condition was like 35, and the quality was like 30 something. Let me verify that. Quality was 38, and the condition was 35, and we got 20 engine parts. It's completely fucking random, dude. I wish there was more predictability to it, but it's completely fucking random. I know that your level has something to do with it, but I don't think it's as impactful as it probably should be. So now this ambulance is basically just another loot vehicle. We can steal a bunch of stuff from the hospital and stick it in there. Yeah, this one only had 73% condition, so we can yank a few more parts from some of these other vehicles. So this, for example, the engine quality is 48, condition 58. Let's see how many parts we get from this. 7. It's just all over the damn place. Yeah, we only need like 2 more parts because it's at 94% now. At level 10, you get like 3% condition per part. I'm also going to swap the batteries. Haggling over 3%, but I want the best of the best in the ambulance, which has got a 100 engine quality and is objectively more useful than the fire truck, as the fire truck cannot access the trunk from the cab, and it's also got lower horsepower. Last task of the day, I'll dispose of this standard vehicle here that we just pulled in for the parts. Yeah, bull drivers are bottom of the stack. They're still useful. They're just basically, as long as they got the light bar on them, then they're at least useful for their engine quality, or their engine power. Hello. That's surprisingly unstable. Still has a couple of tires on it, but I guess that doesn't matter. In fact, that seems far more unstable than it would be if I had just taken all the tires off. That's kind of wild, all things considered. You'd think that with each wheel you put on it, it would get a little bit more stable, but not in this universe. No, sir. In this universe, certain rules make no sense. I'm here for it. I still enjoy it. Every time I find a rule that doesn't make any sense, I'm just like, challenge accepted. Alright, right on time for our first bedtime here, 22:30.
is our rain barrel over here doing with the, oh, we're over 100 in the laundry rain barrel. Are we? Oh, we're actually not. That was the secondary laundry barrel. Yeah, that's right. We're just filling up the rain barrel using roof water here. Now, that's interesting. We actually got cold tonight. That's very interesting. That means that we're getting a lot closer to upgrading our the warmth of our underlayers here. So the underlayers that we're currently wearing, the crafted denim shirt is great. We want to keep that just as is. The crop top arms is technically best in slot. The only other option would be the tank top. That would reduce upper arm protection, so that would be a negative. The jockey silks, we could go and get these replaced with one that's got the chest intact. But if we're going to start having the chests be intact again, I'm probably going straight for the other leather jacket. That would be back at Jericho, though. Are we ready for a shipment back to Jericho? I'm feeling like we might be. I don't even know if I have an immediate use for smoke bombs. They do work. Smoke bombs in this game, what they currently do is, if you throw it, it creates this wall about 3 by 3, so a total of 9 tiles. So if I were to just drop a smoke bomb exactly where I'm standing, there are 9 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a 3 by 3 radius around me. Those 9 tiles would be filled with smoke that is a line of sight blockage. So if a bunch of zombies are chasing me and I want to lose them by taking a hard corner down an alley or something like that, then what I could do is throw the smoke bomb up ahead of me. Like, let's just say that all the zombies are coming at me from this direction. I'd come up to the corner of this building, throw it at the corner of this building here, and then the line of sight blockage would cause them all to lose me, and I could disappear around this corner, and they would have no reason to follow me in this direction. They would all assume that I continued going in that direction. So you can use smoke bombs against zombies. Realistically speaking, they're far more of a PvP item. And I've seen I've decompiled some of the game's code and looked into aiming at one point. We did notice that there's placeholder code. I don't know if it's going to stay in there. In the base game, there's placeholder code for thermal sights, which tells me that that is almost guaranteed that the smoke bombs are going to be a PvP sort of thing. Or player versus NPC. So that's not necessarily PvP, but yeah. In principle, it definitely is. I suppose I'll hold on to a couple of them. It's really hard to find a niche use case for them right now because anything I would use them for, there's better options against zombies. But why not?
We do still have a duffel bag for gates here. I'll put that in the trunk of the plunk you stepped in is basically for base construction, so that's actually a perfect fit. We've got a partial gate bag over here. We could probably fill this back up. Just need a full torch. Should already have the wire and the dub rods we need. At that point, we just need door hinges times 4, and then iron pipe times 8. Scrap metal times 2. So we might be able to refill that if we disassemble a few more cars. In theory, we're done with the battery charger for now. Put that back in the field kit where it belongs. And for the rest of the evening, we'll make some more edibles here. What am I being thanked for? You're welcome, I suppose. Hey, yeah, no, you're gonna need that. Always have a charger once you're after that point. All right, that's 560 salads right there. Spice those bad boys up. Right on time for our second bedtime there. Honestly, venison, rabbit, and sweet potato does not sound bad at all. If I was more familiar with how rabbit tasted, I'd probably be here for that IRL. But I actually have not had very much rabbit IRL. Contrary to popular belief, I do not slaughter small animals for fun in real life. Y'all don't have to worry about, there's no red flags here. No red flags. I only do it in this game because they damage my vehicles if I bump into them, so every time I see them in the road, I'm directly incentivized to remove them by whatever means possible. That's not my fault, that's the devs' fault. They presented the game to me like that. But the rain looks light enough that I feel confident doing some regular combat today. So we're going to bump the sound volume back up here and turn our music off, because the game's music will probably come back once we start fighting again. Oh, I'm super guilty, yeah. I don't like killing small animals even in pixel form. But you know what I don't like more? I don't like seeing my vehicles get damaged more. My dislike for damaged vehicles outweighs my sympathy for pixelated rabbits. Well, look at that. Some of the corpses are turning into skeletons here. So we only have to dip and dodge around them for a little while longer. I predict the rain will continue to be off and on for a little while. Let's pick back up right where we left off here. Up here is where we were the other day. All right, 762. Already reloaded the 357 here. Actually, before we load up heavy weapons, I'm going to try to use the rest of this baseball bat with rail spike. We'll try to use it up quiet-like before we start pulling large groups. Setting up a base at a farm. You trying B42, or are you still on 41? So if you're on 42, you've got them cows waiting for you somewhere. Alright, here goes nothing. That is one hell of a building right there. We don't want to be spawning in the interior of that just yet. Oh, Godspeed. Okay. Melee combat, we're armored up. I'm awake. I have not been on top of my game today, but we're doing all right. We haven't had any close calls yet. First time for everything, though. Take nothing for granted. Yeah, eventually. Ooh, here we go. Survivor's Ed. Quiet bastard. I do not want to get any closer to B. Johnson office building. The BJ office building. I have no interest in BJs or office buildings. Now, because there was a survivor zombie right there, my brain meat is telling me check this survivor or this trunk to see if maybe nah, just a painter truck. I got excited thinking the rain might be done. The rain is not done. It's fall. The rain is never going to be done. That's okay. We're going to keep going. Just going to have to deal with it. I'm glad I didn't get set up doing long distance shooting, because then I would be even more disappointed. Yeah, it was only the sheer proximity. Like, it was like this guy was like chilling like right next to it. That would be very interesting if that ever actually happened, but I have yet to see it officially happen. Oh, careful with that. That's my driver's side door damage right there. It's alright, this is the heavy combat truck. I can take some hits. So this road right here is going to swing back around to the south of Zulu, defense position Zulu, which doesn't exist in this universe, but proximity base. Oh shit, I forgot about that building. Oh, I hope I didn't get too close to that building. If I start seeing Zeds come out of these windows down here, that's going to be bad for our prospects of clearing this neighborhood. Because we're going to have a lot of struggle busing to actually clear this neighborhood if there's going to be a bunch coming out of that building right there. That building will spill. It will spill. And the amount that it will spill will be a lot. Fucking lag spike. That is not where I needed to happen. Kind of hoping to trigger combat music. It's one decided to be slow, though. Can't push him back forever. If that happens again, I'm going to close and reopen the game. I can't have the game stuttering for a half second when a zombie is coming at me. Especially not when that half second doesn't seem to stop the zombie from moving. If it stopped us both, it would hardly be consequential, but no, we can't have that. Seen this place many times in the past. Performance sport, sure. Why would we see lots of large hooks in a garage loot table? You gotta use your noggin for that one. It's a sign of things to come, is what that is. Am I gonna try Arc mod? No, I don't do mods here. Mod policy is in the description. We actually want our saves to last a little while, so we don't do mods. Ooh. Interesting. We've got a vantage point up here. That doesn't seem to help us much when these brick walls are in the way here. So if we really wanted a sniping position up here, we would have to sledgehammer away the AC there and probably a chunk of these brick walls. So that's not happening anytime soon. Alright, let's clear out the yard to the north here. If nothing else, it would be nice to be able to have this road drivable. As long as I keep my distance from the apartments. I'm pretty sure that's a Section 8 apartment over there. There's the music. I'm not going to act like I did the big brain move of leaving the truck here running for just specifically to lure them around the fence, but it worked. She got a, fuck is that? That's a improvised sword, I think. Scrap metal sword. Lifestyle hobbies is sounds like a lot of fun. I've never played with it, but I've looked at it. If I could add mods with no threat of it messing up the stability of my save during updates, that would be one of the first ones I'd add. It's just a parking garage right there. This probably wouldn't be a bad spot for a field base, all things considered. I mean, we got a really nice fence around the building here. Yeah, this building has only one way in or out. This is a fantastic spot for a field base. Only one way in or out. This garage door and this regular door, and a chain link fence almost all the way around it. That's actually pretty damn good. That is impressively good for this deep into Louisville. The vast majority of buildings here are Swiss cheese in terms of zombies being able to get in and out. This is a post office sort of loot table here. We are not in need of any literature, but sometimes people mail coffee machines to each other. I could use a coffee machine at my latest field base. Coffee machine, that's exactly what I was looking for. Alright, I'll drop off the loot I've picked up, and then we'll deal with those zombies over there. Rain's not getting any better. We thought we were getting close to being done with it. We were very wrong. That's alright, I guess. Hey, not gonna be able to fit that. I'll come back for it. Leave it on the side of the road here very prominently. It's a tire. There's plenty more of those. much better. Just trying to make sure that I wasn't over encumbered at all. Alright, now we'll move up on this side and flank the boys around the corner here. Right on the other side of this building is Main Street, or sorry, First Street, a unofficial extension of 31 West. I think we've got this on lock here. Seems like an intimidating number, but we are flush with weaponry. That's all for our rail spike bats for now. We need to make some more probably at the beginning of the next stream. So as a note for anybody watching right now, usual YouTuber stuff, like and subscribe. My streaming schedule is normally wouldn't have me doing it today. We do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Or those are the days that I'm much more likely to stream. Midweek stuff is hit or miss. I cannot promise that I'll be able to stream tomorrow, but there's a possibility. A couple of things from my day job will depend on that. But I will almost certainly be here on Friday. And Saturday, Sunday, Monday, of course. One of the reasons my channel got to the size that it did, which, you know, still under 1,000 subs, not really that impressive, but I noticed the largest growth when I just streamed every day on the weekdays, because there's not a lot of competition on the weekdays. A lot of people don't stream in the middle of the week, but there are still some folks here in the middle of the week interested in watching some content, so I'm actually going to do... I want to still get experience with axes. I love swords, don't get me wrong, swords are great, but I want to be getting experience with weapons that are prurient to my interests here, so we're going to be doing the... I'm going to go ahead and use my field axe here. Normally I don't use this as a weapon, but the current circumstances. Ah, yeah. I think a good chunk of my audience are in university at the moment. Between 20 and 30 is the biggest chunk of my audience at the moment. And this right here, this is where regular axes become a little bit less convenient than the baseball bat with rail spike. Baseball bat with rail spike, I don't gotta stop and sharpen. Kill count? Sure. We might have exceeded 20k. No, 19,827. We might be 20k by the end of the stream today. Depends on how we handle this little stretch of First Street. For anybody wondering, First Street is basically just the big main street of Louisville, urban Louisville. This is sort of the inlet right here. a little further down this road, it will split off into a couple of smaller side roads towards the rail station. And on the other side of the rail station is Interstate 31 West. A slight failure of urban planning, if I do say so myself. I would say it's not realistic, but sadly, for the 90s, it's actually pretty fucking realistic. There were, we still had plenty of highways, or not highways, but like close to highways, state roads, multi-lane state roads that should be highways, with fucking traffic lights on them back in the day. Let's let the fast one get to me first here. Now the goal right now is not to actually just full clear everything on this road. At least not the buildings. I'm not too worried about the buildings. I want the foot mobiles outside dealt with. But then what we're going to do is we're going to come back down this road, ideally once there's good weather, and we'll do some shooting. But with this rain, we're not going to be getting good long-distance shots. So I'm not really interested in doing the double long loadout. We're just going to piecemeal these guys with some melee here. Yes, we have checked Kate and Bob's house. No, they did not spawn in this world. We got some dude in red boxer shorts. A naked dude wearing nothing but red boxer shorts. No sign of Kate or Bob. On my previous character, Nora, we did actually find Kate and Bob. There was a, we could be 100% sure it was Kate and Bob because Kate was a crawler zombie. I don't know the chance, actually. But I know it's not guaranteed after coming across it on this character. Barricaded with a T because Kate did the barricading. Get it? Alternate universe, Kate and Bob. You got a bait and cob. Oh, what? Kate's not allowed to dress up? That's not very progressive of you. Who says a girl can't look good in crutches? But, heard something behind me there. well, we've actually done great at preserving this axe by making sure that we sharpen it at every opportunity. It actually technically hasn't lost any durability. There's still a decent chance that we'll start losing handle durability, but being maintenance level 10 and axe level 8, we're getting a lot of lifespan out of it. I would be curious to see if the alternative explanations for what happened to Kate and Bald Spot are actually in the game files. Like, seeing as there was just a lone dude with a with no clothes on and only some red underpants in the universe that this character found him in, I'd be very curious to see if the game had an explanation for that, or if it was just truly random. I don't trust that corner behind me. Keep checking it. I feel I can get some distance from it. Rare. She medium. Medium your way back here, bitch. Nice and clean road, just the way I like it. Despite how many zombies there are down there, I'm not intimidated. We're gonna have this road clear, and it's gonna be nice and clean. Now, before we go down and deal with them, we're gonna try the parking lot in Zulu here. I'm sure there's a name for this shopping center, but I just think of it as Zulu now because that was the name, alpha-phonetic name I came up with when I was doing my dungeon crawl here with Annie back in the day. So just like Jericho, it's not a name that particularly makes sense for the game's lore, because the game's lore doesn't tell me what the shopping center's called. Axe is still good, hasn't lost any durability. That is fantastic. Now, the simple act of trying to tow these wrecked vehicles out of the way, the engine revving will pull a number of them out of the woodwork here. I'm totally okay with that. Eventually, we'll come down this road with a gun, and that will pull many, many, many more out of the woodwork. For now, we'll just deal with whoever shows up for this. Baguette Point is all the way at the end of this road. There's several thousand zombies between us and French bread. Looks intimidating, but we got this. Only thing we got to be afraid of is making too much noise, because the buildings around us are still crawling. Crawling in my crawl. Surprised it took 3 hits, but we still haven't lost any efficacy on the axe. It's exactly the same as when we pulled it out of the glove compartment. Single kill right here will probably pull 5 of them. Well, these guys don't hear very well. No big surprise there. Way clear. Thank you for letting me know, Steam. Love it when Steam emails me about discounts that I already knew about. This game from your wish list is 20% off. As part of a sale that started 2 days ago that I already looked at. Can't blame him for trying. David needs money just like everybody. Much sooner give it to him than a lot of other execs. I hope that man lives a long and fulfilling life. No way this axe is still good. Okay, the handle's taking a hit. We can't do anything about that. The handle's going to take a hit when it wants to. But man, being level 10 maintenance and level 8 axe, that's a surprising. I've only had to sharpen like 3 or 4 times total for this entire usage here, and we have not lost any head condition, which is amazing. I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. Alright, so the parking lot area of Zulu is now clear. We still have a good chunk of them down here. I don't know if I'll be able to unite my cleared territory yet. Every inch we go further down south on this road, every inch south we go, we get closer and closer to the part of the rail yard that I've completely cleared out. I mean, right there on the other side of Zippy Mart, at the bottom center of the screen. Other side of that is clear. So if we take out this chunk right here tonight, we've got unified cleared territory from Jericho, which would be amazing right now. That would be a great way to end things today. I do have to call things probably at tomorrow morning in game. I'll probably call the stream. Do have a couple things I got to handle tonight. It's currently about 1,500 hours IRL. There's another sharpen. Now let's just say she started sharpening and another zombie was coming at me. That would just be my cue to switch to the sword. I'd use the sword more often, but we're level 10 already. Box one in the liquor store here. I'm coming from the parking lot there. Okay, there's going to be a very limited amount down here because any further beyond in this general southward direction, the bottom of the screen, everything down there is partially clear. I can't call it fully clear. There's stragglers everywhere, but in terms of drivable terrain, come on out of there. Come on. One more back there somewhere. I saw a third. You can't fool me, tree zombies. I know I saw a third in there somewhere. Whatever. They'll come out when they feel like it. Friggin' tree fairies. Fatigue any minute now. I'm pretty sure if there were ever any animals in here, there ain't no more, and yeah, nothing in there. So the only thing that I care about here are vehicular devices that I can loot for their steel sheets and iron pipes. But they're not immediately in my road, so they can chill there for now. So if I were to drive down this road just once, a lot of people from here would come out into the road. So I'll spend the rest of the evening killing these guys until we get tired, and then we're out of here. 3 hits is a bad sign. Do we lose anything? No? Sharpness and head condition are still the same. Freaking amazing. Deputy, you got a service weapon on you? No. Cyclist or a motorcyclist up there. You can see the time and date in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. It's coming up on 4 p.m. over here, so you're 12 hours ahead. Probably, that sounds like somewhere in the Pacific West, somewhere over there. South Pacific, maybe. Australia, could be. One of my, I used to get a lot of folks from Vietnam watching my streams when I was on an opposite shift IRL, and I'd play like late at night. It would have been afternoon for them, but they would be, like at one point, 20% of my audience was Vietnamese. I think we can call it there. Philippines, nice. Are things better there after Duterte got pulled out? They got, I haven't actually checked the political situation since I heard he was removed. And aren't they charging him with stuff now? That's how it goes, isn't it? Sleep is for the weak. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and gear down here. Choker, coda plates onto the passenger seats. And let's just investigate exactly how many more Zeds are on the road between cleared territory, which should be right down this way. Yeah, we got a small group here. Hardly consequential. Now, probably the rail yard is the best direction here. Nah, hey, that's a good thing. If you've got so much things to do that you don't like sleeping very much, you should still sleep, but that's a good sign. That reminds me of how things were when I was back in university. Just constantly had things going on. Very difficult to actually get a full night's sleep. Yeah, okay, so there's cleared territory. Beautiful.
Yeah, I can actually put some green... Well, no, we can't put any green arrows yet. Not until we can walk down the street and shoot without zombies coming out of the buildings nearby. If we can do that, then we put the green arrows down. For now, our only safe, truly safe supply line between Jericho and our field base up here, this is now marked. I suppose I could put a couple of markers around here because, I mean, honestly, the area around the hospital is more or less emptied out of Zed. But any further away from the hospital becomes unclear territory. So, William Street, we have sort of done some discharge down this road, but it's not definitive. And the closer we get to First Street, the busier it gets. That's never going to change. First Street is just a absolute zoo. But you can see what I was talking about earlier with the split between 31 West, which is the highway, goes into First Street here, South First Street. But then First Street just kind of breaks into these stupid little side roads here. And then kind of got to go around the frickin' railway here. And then up to First Street up here. This is First Street, goes straight into the heart of the festering heart of Louisville here. Sadly, this is very realistic. Back in the 90s, we had not had very solid urban planning for certain places. I grew up in a place with some poor urban planning decisions here and there. The reason the highway went straight to the railway is interstates like 31 West here would... they were built during World War II, obviously, so that... But where would... what's his face? Roosevelt and Eisenhower, where would they actually try to build them to connect logistical centers like railway stations? So 31 West getting cut off right up here at Louisville Rail. Sadly, that makes perfect sense. That is probably highly realistic. But yeah, we did some good stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and head back to our field base here, catch a sleep, get some cleanup done overnight, and then I will go ahead and call the stream tomorrow morning. So if you guys are here for the heavy combat, that is now concluded. Appreciate you guys sticking around for the other stuff in addition. I'll be back at this on Friday for sure, possibly tomorrow. I can't make any promises about tomorrow, but definitely Friday. Usual YouTuber stuff, like and subscribe and whatnot. Alright, let's get the loot stuffs out of here. And the axe, despite the axe took like no damage. That's, quite frankly, that's amazing. I'm gonna clean it up along with my other weapons here. Put that right back in the field kit of the fire truck. Probably what we'll do at the beginning of next stream is put together some more baseball bats and then hammer some rail spikes into them so we have more axe-related weaponry that's not as stop and go as a firefighter axe here. The mailbag here was full of loot that we got to sort. Everything else back here is part of my standard heavy combat stuff. So all that's fine to stay. At long last, we finally have a coffee machine here. The designated spot was going to be right here next to the washing machine. Of course, that looks really weird because the stupid dinosaur placard on the wall there blocks it, so I'll actually put the coffee machine on top of the washing machine instead. The important thing is we can access the coffee, which is going to be stored in here. Picked up some reading material we can put over here. The fun stuff we picked up that doesn't really have a purpose other than decorative can go in here.
surprised I'm not tired at 2300. That's probably because I stayed up pretty late last night. Happens to the best of us, doesn't it? Alright, first sleep is go. Alright. This duffel bag, unlike the others, actually has some magazines in it. You might be able to fit all those in the trunk of the fire truck here. Yeah, that should be easy fit. So we now have a total of 23 M16 magazines, all filled up with bullets, ready to go. Everything else on the floor is a spare duffel. Just put that into the bag here. Our clothing has gotten dirty over the past couple days, so we'll go ahead and do a wash up here. And our heavy armor out in the vehicle can probably use a wash too. So we'll put on the pajamas. Let me go grab that too. Can't turn the generator off while the washing machine is running, otherwise it'll shut off. And I heard some scratching back here. But seems I'm going insane. It's alright. Wouldn't be any surprise. The game's been telling me to take a break too. I don't know if y'all have been noticing the gutters. There's been a few of them.
5 a.m. There's our second bedtime. I'd say we've done some pretty good things here.
Didn't quite make it to aiming level 9. That's okay. We'll definitely get there early next stream.
Let's get our regular gear put back on here. And these are loot bags, so we'll toss these in here. Because everything else that's in this container, or this trailer rather, is slated to return to Jericho. Alright. I recommend everybody always take screenshots of their bases as they finish each play session. That will help you keep track of the great things you do, even when your saves break in the future. Interior shot. Alright, folks. Have our girl bid farewell. And I'll catch y'all in the next one. Everybody have a great day now. Peace out.